Hello to all my dear followers and be welcome to the channel, be welcome to a new fanfic from the channel. Today I'm very happy because I bring you the first season of What If Naruto Awakened the magnet release and fell in love with Femme Sasuke. As always, if you want more seasons, don't forget to give your comment asking for the next seasons and give your like and subscribe for more. So, we're gonna start.
Archi, the origin, prologue, the blood-soaked flower. Why was the weather so nice? The harsh sun glared overhead in a desolate blue sky. Azure patches peeked between the strangling tangle of branches from the trees. Its heat spread across his neck, not quite burning, but it reminded him of its presence. Around him birds chirped, and crickets sang. Even the temperature was pleasant. Not cold, but not warm enough to be uncomfortable. Perfect day. Why though? It didn't feel right for it to be such a nice day. Not when his heart was breaking in two. Not when he felt like grief would swallow him up. He gazed upon her face. It was pale. Sweat glazed her brow, and normally brilliant blue eyes were dull and sluggish. Her short, sunny blonde hair fell around her head like a halo. She struggled to breath. He could see her chest labor to keep the effort going. It was hard to ignore the splotch of crimson at her stomach. It was already darkened and cracking. A black kunai blade lay beside her, right next to a katana stabbed into the ground. It was beautiful, with a lavender hilt wrapping and white grip. The sunlight bounced off its gleaming silver blade and sent shafts of reflected white light to dart around the forest. Damn it, why didn't the Rinne rebirth work? It's supposed to totally rejuvenate her. He thought furiously. Tears poured from his black eyes. It was rare for him to show such emotion, but it was more than warranted. Her lips started moving as she struggled to speak. Mamad Era, I'm here, Kazahana. Don't speak, honey. Save your strength. He choked out. It was hard to speak. A lump had formed in his throat, harder than he'd ever felt. I tried to revive you, but for some reason it's not working. Hold on, I'll try again. Madara was about to try and perform the jutsu again. His irises pulsed. Concentric metallic purple circles rippled across the entirety of his eyes. Before he could finish, he felt her hand brush his softly. The slightly cold feeling of it filled him with fear. Don't, she said. Her voice was barely a whisper. The words hit him with the weight of a hammer. His eyes returned to normal in his shock. What do you mean don't? He asked. Didn't she know she'd die if he didn't? She shook her head resolutely. There was a trace of strength in her gaze. Don't waste that jutsu on me. If you do, you'll die, she said. I know that, but I can't stand for you to die. I'd rather die than know I couldn't save you. He insisted. Before he'd known her, his life was empty, filled with nothing but hate and bitterness. She changed that, changed him. It was Kazahana who taught him the importance of family again. She'd been his entire world for so long it was impossible to think of not having her there. How could he live in a world without her to give him hope? She shook her head again. You can't. What about Minato? He needs you more than me. That stopped him cold. Minato, his son. He'd been so caught up in seeing his wife dead that he'd forgotten that she'd taken Minato to a festival. His eyes searched across the road furiously. Compared to the beautiful scenery above it was a gruesome view. The bodies of numerous rough-looking men littered the path. They were cut to ribbons. All manner of weapons were scattered about. He couldn't see any sign of his son. Where is he? What happened? He asked urgently. I don't know, she said. I managed to kill all those bandits. But after I died, my memory is hazy. All I remember is 3 ninja taking him away. Her grip suddenly tightened on his hand. He was shocked she had the strength. It was obvious she was dying again. Her face was paler, and her touch was losing its warmth. Please, you have to find him. No matter what, I will, he whispered. His voice was choked. There was a tightness in his chest. Please, is there anything I can do? He begged. Selfishly, he hoped she'd change her mind. Let him do the jutsu and save her. But he knew she wouldn't. She smiled. 2 things. First, hand me my sword. The sword? What could she want with that? Nevertheless, he reached over and pulled it from the earth. It made a soft scraping sound as it was pulled out. He placed it gently in her other hand and helped her grip it. "Thank you," she said. To his surprise, he felt her chakra start to pour into the katana. "What are you doing?" he gasped in shock. "That would just make her die faster." Kazuhana let out a weak laugh. "I'm going to pour the last of my chakra and will into this sword. That way I can help Minato even if I'm not around. Part of me will live on in this sword," she explained. Madara nodded. His eyes stung with his tears. "And the other thing?" he asked gently. She looked at him, the way only she could. Her eyes were filled with love. "Please hold me while I go. I want my last moments to be in the arms of the man I love," she requested. He couldn't speak. All he could do was pick her up with shaky hands. He clutched her tightly to his chest. In that moment he lost his nerve. His chest heaved with sobs. "Let me save you. Please. I just don't think I can go on in a world without you in it. I don't want to be the man I was before we met," he begged. She shook her head against his chest. "No. Why you need to have more faith in yourself." "I do." His sobs doubled in strength. In that moment everything else seemed irrelevant. It was like all the other sounds faded away. Every other thing besides her was a blur. All he could hear was her breath. He could only feel her pressed against him. He could even detect the faint scent of her lavender shampoo. He took it all in greedily, tried to burn it into his mind. He never wanted to forget a single thing about this amazing woman. It was hard to tell how long they were there. The world seemed to be frozen, yet moving infinitely fast all at the same time. Finally, he heard a whisper pass her lips. "I'll be waiting for you, no matter how long it takes. My love." And that was it. Her breathing stopped. She went limp. The love of his life was dead. His long black and gray hair fell like a curtain as he wept. How could he possibly go on? Chapter 1: Hope and Blood. Village hidden in the leaves. Land of Fire. AS 991. Naruto couldn't believe he was about to die. This week was the best week of his life. Now it looked like it might be his last. It had started a few days after his first year at the Shinobi Academy. He'd decided to spend the break practicing his shuriken skills. Just like everything else they learned there, he was the worst in his class. Like many kids did after the attack of the nine-tailed fox 5 years ago, Naruto had grown up an orphan. He wasn't like most orphans, though. Most of the others got at least some sympathy. Not him. Ever since he could remember, the adults in his village always looked at him coldly. When he walked down the street, hushed whispers would follow him, and parents would warn children not to play with him. It was like they wanted him to just go away. Even the workers at the orphanage he used to live in were like that, save for the elderly matron. There was only one exception, and that was the Hokage. He was a kindly old man with a funny goatee. Whenever he would visit the orphanage, he treated Naruto just like any other kid. He'd even take extra time to talk to him and didn't mind Naruto calling him Gramps. That's where he got the idea to be a shinobi. Everyone treated the Hokage with respect. He wanted to become Hokage, so they'd treat him like that. The only problem was it quickly became clear he didn't have much talent. He was hopeless at the theoretical stuff, and any of the practical lessons that required skill were just as hard. So he had to train. He'd show everyone they were wrong. That day it was warm in the hidden leaf village. The gleaming yellow sun shone brightly in a deep blue sky. Around him he could hear the trees whisper as they swayed from a pleasant breeze. It swept through the woods and cooled the back of his neck. A creek whispered through the woods somewhere just out of sight. Naruto stared intently at a crudely carved wooden target hanging from one of the trees by a fraying rope. Technically, this wasn't a training ground, so he had to bring his own target. He gripped the shuriken tightly, felt cool against his skin. The black metal absorbed the light rather than reflecting it. His arm swung forward in an awkward arc. Whoosh! The shuriken whizzed through the air and embedded itself with a solid thunk, a foot above the target. He couldn't help but sigh. It was going to be a long day. His second and third attempts weren't much better. Naruto wasn't sure how long he was there training. It had been several tedious trips back and forth to retrieve the shuriken and start over. He was about to start another round when a deep voice cracked from Age spoke up behind him. You should follow through with your wrist. He jumped violently, with his heart dancing in his chest. Naruto spun around to find the culprit. He stood at the edge of the clearing. An old man, leaning on a cane. Like really old. The man looked almost mummy-like with gaunt features and a face full of wrinkles. His white hair was cropped short and spiky. It contrasted with his stark black robes. His black eyes gave off a kind air. "Hey old man, you shouldn't sneak up on people like that," Naruto complained rudely. He expected the old man to yell at him like most adults when he was rude. But this guy must have been different because he just smirked. "Sorry if I scared you," he said. "I was taking a walk in the woods when I heard the noise from your training." Naruto's face heated up in embarrassment. "Hey, I wasn't scared," he protested. The old man simply chuckled and waved his hand placatingly. "Of course, my mistake. Let me introduce myself in apology. My name is Dharma." He couldn't help but stare at the old man Dharma. There was definitely something different about him. It took Naruto a second to realize the old man was looking at him intently, clearly expecting him to introduce himself. He tried to remember his manners like the matron at the orphanage taught him. "My name's Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage. Nice ta meet cha," he said loudly. "Well, close enough." Luckily, Dharma didn't seem put out by it. He took it in stride with nothing but an amused look. "Hokage, eh? That's quite a goal. You'll need to train hard to achieve it," he said. Naruto blinked in surprise. The breath caught in his throat, and his heart skipped a beat. He almost couldn't believe he heard it. Dharma was the first person aside from the Hokage who didn't dismiss his dream. He felt a warmth in his stomach and a grin stretched his face. "I will. Though first I gotta get this shuriken thing down." Naruto looked at the target with narrowed eyes. "For some reason, I just can't get it to go where I want it." Dharma looked at the target and then back to Naruto. "Perhaps I can offer some tips. I used to be a shinobi myself," he offered. Naruto's eyes widened. Seriously? Nobody really cared enough about him to offer help. For most of his life, he'd been mostly alone, especially so after he left the orphanage. It got painful always being passed over for adoption. He'd had to watch for years as adults came to the orphanage and picked other children. The worst times were when he'd get a look from them, full of contempt, as if to say, "You deserve to be here." So he decided to live on his own when he was given the option after enrolling in the academy. The Hokage stopped by to visit and give tips when he could. Those times were limited because of his schedule. He had to accept the offer. "Really? You mean it, old man?" he asked hopefully. The old man nodded. "Of course. Now, the first thing you have to keep in mind is the stance." For the rest of the day, Dharma helped Naruto train. He managed to start hitting the outside edge of the target. But that wasn't the last time they met. Over the next week, Naruto often met the old man, and he'd continue to help him with training. Training with Dharma was fun, although he didn't make much progress. Still, the old man was a good teacher. He was patient with Naruto, and slowly but surely he was getting better. A week after they'd met, Dharma invited Naruto over for lunch. Apparently, the old man lived in a cabin on the outskirts of the village. Though calling it a cabin was a bit of a stretch, he couldn't believe his eyes when he first saw it. It was the oddest thing to see a traditional-style two-story house in the middle of the woods. Massive oaks and pines towered over the wood-tiled roof like silent guardians. His host had led him to the porch that circled the house. Past the entryway, they turned into a narrow hall, where he was led to a decently sized room with a polished dining table and well-worn chairs. The old man had told him to wait while he got the meal. While he was waiting for Dharma to come back with the food, a photo hanging on the wall in the next room caught his attention. It was of Dharma and a beautiful blonde woman embracing. He looked a lot younger in the picture and with longer hair. The photo hung above a fancy-looking sword with a white sheath and lavender hilt wrapping. They were the only decorations he'd seen in the house. "Who's she?" he wondered to himself. He'd never seen the old man with anyone. "My wife, Kazahana," Dharma said. Naruto quickly glanced to see the old man in the doorway to the kitchen with a tray in his hands. Whatever was on the tray, it smelled good. Kind of like the fried food vendors would sell during festivals. "Your wife?" he asked while Dharma started to set the food out on the low-standing table. It turned out to be some kind of fried tofu. The old man got settled across from him. He looked at the picture and his eyes grew a bit distant. Yes, she died a long time ago. Bandits attacked her and my son while they were going to a carnival. She managed to defeat them, but her injuries were too much. My son went missing. I never managed to find him. Dharma explained. Naruto swallowed heavily. He didn't quite know what to say to that. He felt bad for the old man. All he'd ever wanted was to have family. It was impossible to imagine what it would be like to lose them. Sorry, he mumbled. Dharma smiled warmly. No need to feel sorry. I got over their loss a long time ago. I choose to remember the good memories and not the bad, he said. Now, let's dig in before the food gets cold. That made him feel a bit better. They said a quick prayer and dug into the food. It was delicious. The tofu had been soaked in soy sauce and filled with rice. It was crispy and chewy at the same time. This is really good, old man, Naruto said. Dharma smiled in return. Thank you. I learned how to make it from my wife. Inarizushi is my favorite dish. Unfortunately, I can't make it quite as good as she did, he said. The answer just made Naruto more curious about his wife. He didn't know why, but something about her intrigued him. Maybe it was the fact that they had the same shade of hair. He hadn't ever seen anyone with hair as bright blonde as his own. Say, if you don't mind me asking, what was your family like? Dharma shook his head. Of course, I don't mind talking about them. He seemed to gather his thoughts while looking at the picture fondly. I don't mind. My son was a pretty energetic boy. He always wanted to know how things worked, he said. As for my wife, she was a very kind woman. When I first met her, I wasn't a very good man. But she had a way of seeing the good in people and bringing it out. Now that he had started talking, it was almost as if the old man didn't want to stop. That sword is actually hers. Kazuhana was an odd one for a kunoichi. She believed the true path to strength lay in fighting to protect someone you cared about. After that, they talked about other things, but Dharma's words about Kazuhana stuck with Naruto. Later that day, he said goodbye and started back into the forest. He and Dharma had talked for a while after their meal. Now he was headed to get in some extra shuriken practice. The sun was lower in the sky, making the giant trees that towered over him look slightly ominous from the long shadows they cast. As he walked, his mind was filled with thoughts about his visit with Dharma. Specifically, when he'd been talking about his family. It made Naruto wonder about his own family. Most of his life he'd been alone. At first he lived in the Leaf Village orphanage, but he left a couple years ago after it became clear he'd never get adopted. One thing Naruto always wondered about was his parents. He wanted to know who they were. A strange noise suddenly drew his attention. It was an odd spitting hiss, like some sort of massive serpent spewing its rage. He'd never heard anything like it. Clang. Now that was more familiar. He instantly recognized it as the ring of metal clashing. Maybe someone was training? But then what was that hissing sound? What if it's some kind of secret technique they're working on? I gotta check it out. After all, it wasn't every day he got to see cool jutsu in action. His curiosity got the best of him. He made his way slowly through the forest towards the sound. It wasn't very far away from what he could tell. The thick underbrush made it hard to tell. Finally, he felt like he pinpointed the area the sounds were coming from. It wasn't too far from where he himself trained. He crept through the bushes quietly. Brambles tried to grasp at his ankles, and he had to watch out for the dry sticks that litter the ground like landmines. By now, he could hear several grunts of exertion. Perhaps it was several people sparring, and not one like he'd originally assumed. There was a tension in the air, something unnerving he couldn't identify. As he pulled back the branches on the last bush, Naruto had to stifle a gasp. It wasn't someone training. A shocking sight lay before him. The clearing he trained in was torn to shreds. Scorch marks blackened the earth. Piles of rocks were scattered around, and thick steam filled the air. He could feel the heat of it on his skin. In the middle of the clearing, he saw a man wearing the leaf headband fighting off a group of 6 other people. They wore strange white flak jackets and headbands with a cloud symbol on it. This wasn't a spar. He was being attacked. The The man's eyes glowed red as he dodged lunges from his attackers. They wielded a variety of weapons. One of them even seemed to have a sword wreathed in bright blue lightning. He'd stumbled across a group of foreign ninja trying to kill one of their own. Naruto froze. Ice-cold terror sent a shiver down his spine. What should he do? Try to help? That was stupid, even he knew he didn't stand a chance. Run. A voice in the back of his mind urged. That was good enough for him. If he could get away, he might be able to get some help. He slowly let the branches shift back into place and backed up. That was when he felt something shift under his foot. Crack. The noise was deafening to his frightened mind, like the sound of a dry bone snapping. Naruto looked down in horror at the broken branch under his foot. Did you hear that? A voice said from the clearing. It was eerie and monotone. Another voice replied with the same lack of emotion. It came from over there. Better go check it out. His heart leapt into his throat. Naruto didn't wait to hear the reply. He turned and bolted through the woods. His eyes strained to catch every detail around him. Leaves and twigs from the brush got stuck in his spiky hair and left small scratches on his arms and legs where his t-shirt and shorts left the skin exposed. They stung as the air hit them. A branch snapping in the forest behind him caused him to look over his shoulder in terror. He thought he could just pick out a ghostly white flak jacket among the green foliage. His muscles burned as he tried to push on harder. Naruto suddenly burst out onto a winding game trail. He recognized it as one that led to Dharma's house. His eyes widened. That's right, Dharma. Maybe he could help him. With that, Naruto took off down the trail. Blood roared in his ears as his heart pounded wildly in his chest. His breath came in short, panting gasps. But he ignored all of that. He continued on as fast as he could. I can't die here. I just met someone who believes in me. That singular thought filled his mind. It drove him forward. There was a sudden shift in his sight. The world slowed down around him, and he could pick up every minute detail. He saw every leaf as branches swayed with the breeze. It was quite disorienting at first. A sudden shift to the side of him made his eyes widen. He could see a kunai cutting through the air with perfect clarity. The black metal passed through the shadows of the vibrant green brush. It was almost like it was moving at half the usual speed. Naruto dodged to the side to avoid it. Whoa, he said in surprise. What just happened? There wasn't much time to think about the odd occurrence. Two more kunai were flying towards him. Naruto ducked behind a tree and continued to race in the direction of Dharma's house. Up ahead, he could see a familiar boulder beside the trail that made his spirits soar. He was close. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of movement. His eyes widened when one of the shinobi appeared next to him. He was a dark-skinned man with light blonde hair. Naruto could see the hilt of some kind of sword sticking out above his shoulder. The shinobi stared at Naruto intently. That moment seemed to stretch for eternity. Finally, the man spoke. Sharingan. Naruto stared at the man in confusion. He vaguely recalled learning about something called the Sharingan in the academy. For the first time in ever, he wished he'd paid attention. Interesting. You'll be coming with me. This should make it easier. The man said. He slowly grabbed the hilt and unsheathed a sword. The blade glided out with a wicked ring. It glinted cruelly in a wayward shaft of light that peeked through the trees. His blood turned to ice in his veins. Terror. Unbridled terror and sadness filled him. It was almost all-consuming. Naruto couldn't believe he was about to die. This week was the best week of his life. Now it looked like it might be his last. He found it hard to breathe. By now his adrenaline was coursing through his veins so hard. His arms had gone tingly and numb. All sounds seemed to fade away into the background, and he could only hear the rapid beats of his heart. Was this really it? Bum bum. His mind began to wander to all he hadn't done. He still hadn't gained the recognition of the villagers. He regretted that. Bum bum. And what of those he cared about? The Hokage and the Ichirakus, even Dharma. How would they feel? Causing them pain, another regret. Bum bum. Worst of all, he hadn't found out where he came from. He'd never know who his parents were or if they loved him. The day he left the orphanage, he promised himself he'd find out who his parents were eventually. Maybe then he'd know what people didn't like him. Had all that pain and loneliness over the years been for nothing? Would he simply die here just as his life was looking up? No. He thought to himself. Can't end like this. I won't let it end here. I refuse to die. His mind went all fuzzy and blank, and Naruto entered a trance-like state. It was like he was in a dream. From deep within himself, a power began to well up. A tingling sensation filled him, an odd chakra that felt like it was both pushing and pulling at once. Every fiber of his being seemed to be under pressure from within. It built and built until finally it had become too much. It felt like that power would tear his body apart. Somehow, he just knew what to do with that power. Naruto instinctually raised his hand. In an instant, the man's sword reversed course so fast it snapped his wrist. The bones broke with a sickening snap. The blade continued on and impaled him through the chest. A spurt of crimson blood stained the white flak jacket. Naruto froze as the man slumped to the ground. What was that just now? A crack from the forest behind him reminded him that this guy wasn't alone. He got to his feet and continued to run to Dharma's house. Within moments, the house was in sight. To his surprise, the old man was already outside. He stood in front of the house with more serious look than Naruto had ever seen from him. Did Dharma, he help guys reach as? He tried to speak, but his words came in panting gasps. The old man placed a calming hand on Naruto's shoulder. I already know. Go wait inside. This shouldn't take very long, he said seriously. His eye conveyed an utter confidence that awed Naruto. It calmed him down just enough to listen to what the man said. Dharma glanced at him and then gave him a gentle nudge in the direction of the house. Go. This is no place for you yet. Naruto followed the old man's orders. He quickly darted to the door. As soon as it shut behind him, his curiosity got the best of him. As quickly as possible, he dashed around the corner and into the kitchen. He stood on tiptoe at the sink to peek through the window. By now 5 of the odd shinobi had shown up. They surrounded Dharma on all sides. One of them begun to speak. Naruto had to strain to hear it. Are you? What are you doing with the Jinchuriki? The shinobi, a fair-skinned man, asked. He cocked his head to the side. Jinchuriki? What was that? There wasn't too long to dwell on it. Dharma quickly replied to the man. Me? I'm a ghost. As for the other matter, that is none of your concern. Besides, dead men have no use for secrets, he said. The tone of his voice set Naruto on edge. It was cold as a winter storm. An ominous feeling filled the air. He found it hard to breathe. It was like an immense weight had settled on his shoulders. A blue haze surrounded Dharma. The ground beneath him started to crack, and 2 of the 5 men were brought to their knees. Naruto's vision started to go dark. His mind was getting sluggish. The last thing he heard was a single word shouted by one of the men. It came to him muffled, as if shouted from a great distance. Uchiha. After that, he felt an intense wave of heat wash over him. It felt like a warm embrace inviting him to drift away. Then he knew no more. Chapter 2 Ghost, the man known as Dharma. The first thing Naruto noticed was the warmth. Like he was surrounded by a soft cocoon. His eyelids felt like they were made of lead. At first, it was difficult to think. He felt like he should be moving. Why though? I'm so comfortable though. So why did he have to move? It was like swimming in quicksand to try and think. Every time he made progress, his body seemed to try and pull him back to sleep. He vaguely recalled something important. The gears grind slowly. A face drifted through his mind. Dark skin and a headband with a cloud symbol. A switch flipped in his head. The shinobi. In an instant, Naruto felt his body react. His heart thumped wildly in his chest. He shot up and jerked his head around in a panic. For an instant, he was blinded by the light. He blinked rapidly to try and get rid of the spots. All he could make out was a blurry black and white figure leaning over him. He tried to get up, but someone placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Naruto was about to lash out, but the familiar voice managed to calm him down. Whoa, easy Naruto. It's all right. Everything is fine. It took a few seconds for his mind to register the words that were said. More importantly, who said them. There was no mistaking that deep, wise tone. Dharma. His heart rate started to slow, and Naruto settled back. As he calmed down, he was able to realize he was lying in a bed. He could see the familiar wood-paneled walls of Dharma's home. From the warm orange rays that poured in through the window, it was late in the day, though he wasn't quite sure if it was the same day. The man himself was sitting in a chair at his bedside. "Dharma? I don't get it. What happened?" he asked with confusion. Even as he spoke, the pieces started to come back to him. The fight between the leaf ninja and those other guys, how he tried to escape. Finally, Dharma confronting them. Naruto suddenly looked at the man with wide eyes. "Wait, you're okay. What about those ninja?" the old man scoffed. "Those upstarts? It was 100 years too soon for them to be a challenge for me. Don't worry about them. They won't bother you again," he said. Naruto couldn't help but gape in awe. The old man was able to take on that many ninja at once and walk away without a scratch? He had to be way more awesome than Naruto had thought. Naruto let out a small laugh. It was the only thing he could do. This day had been so crazy. Little did he know, but the craziness wasn't over. Dharma joined him in his laughter. His deep chuckles set Naruto at ease. Eventually they settled into silence. He began to think about what had happened. For some reason his thoughts were still pretty slow. All he could remember were flashes. Time slowing down. The feeling of the underbrush scratching his skin. A sword embedded in the dark-skinned man's chest. Blood. Instantly he recalled the event with sudden clarity. That feeling inside him when he unleashed whatever that power was. He'd killed that man. He had to fight the urge to throw up. His throat tightened up and it became difficult to breathe. It almost felt like he was going to lose it when he was suddenly jarred out of his thoughts by Dharma's hand on his shoulder. Naruto instinctively flinched back. The old man simply looked at him calmly. "Easy. Don't think about it too much yet. You've been through a traumatic event. For now, it's best you rest. I'll go get some food. Then you can get some more sleep," he said. Naruto nodded mutely. He tried not to think about it while Dharma was away. He was thankful the old man wasn't gone long. After only a few minutes, the old man nudged the door open with his foot, a bed tray in his arms. On it was a porcelain bowl filled with some kind of fish soup. As the rich, salty smell hit his nose, Naruto suddenly realized he was starving. It felt like some ravenous beast was trying to claw its way out of his stomach. He started to scarf the meal almost as soon as the bed tray was set down. Before he knew it, he was licking the bowl clean. As he set the bowl down, he was hit by a sudden wave of exhaustion. His eyes grew heavy again. It was all he could do to keep from falling asleep while sitting up. Dharma quietly took the tray away and helped him settle back into bed. "Rest now, we can talk in the morning," he said. Naruto nodded groggily. Within moments he was out. That night his dreams were plagued by flashes of the shinobi chasing him. Especially the moment the man had been impaled on his own sword. How the blood flew in its wake. The most disturbing part was Naruto sometimes felt a sense of satisfaction at the sight. Sickened him. Was he a monster? Is that why everyone hated him? That thought made it hard to get back to sleep the few instances he surfaced from his dreams. It was almost a relief when he was woken by a warm splash of sunlight falling across his face. Unlike yesterday, he was almost instantly alert. He spent several minutes just looking at the light fixture on the plain wooden ceiling. Had yesterday really happened? Maybe it was just a dream. Yes, he tried to convince himself. That had to be it. He knew it wasn't, though. That distinctive blonde wood was impossible to mistake. Naruto hadn't seen any place in the village with it except for Dharma's house. "I really killed someone," he thought numbly. Eventually, he gathered the energy to get up. There was a set of clothes sitting in the chair next to his bed. Naruto readily discarded his sweat-stained clothes from the day before and put on the relatively old-fashioned black kimono top and white pants. He couldn't help but glance at his appearance in the mirror. Shaggy blonde hair framed his face, with dark circles highlighted dull blue eyes. His skin looked a bit paler than normal. On his cheeks, the 3 sets of whisker markings seemed to stand out even more. In other words, he looked like crap warmed over. Better go find old man Dharma. Naruto wandered out into the hall and quickly made his way towards the living room. That was usually where Dharma was this time of day doing meditation. Sure enough, He found the old man in his usual spot on the tatami mats. As soon as he entered the room, the man opened his eyes and met Naruto's gaze. The twinkling black eyes had their usual touch of warmth to them. He was glad for that. Even though he'd only known the man a short time, it was nice to have something familiar. "Good, you're awake," he said. "Please join me. There are things we need to talk about." Dharma gestured to a cushion across from him. He sat down nervously. For some reason, he felt a nervous flutter in his chest. Even though the old man was looking at him kindly, there was a serious edge to his voice that worried him. "Sure. What do you want to talk about?" he asked. Dharma took his time answering. Naruto wished he would just hurry up and spit it out. All the waiting was making his nerves worse. Finally, the old man took a deep breath and began to talk. "Truthfully, I didn't want to have this conversation quite yet. But what happened yesterday has forced my hand. Tell me, do you remember a change in your vision when you were being chased by that man?" he asked. The question floored Naruto. His mind instantly went back to when everything had started to go in slow motion. Could that be it? It must be. There wasn't anything else that fit the description. Though that brought up the question of how Dharma would know that. "Yeah, I remember everything going slow. It was really weird. I even remember Teach, the one I killed, saying something about a Sharingan. But I don't even know what that is," he said. His voice hitched when he finally acknowledged what had happened. Dharma nodded. The man didn't seem even a little bit surprised. Naruto couldn't help but ask the question that had popped up. "How did you know that?" The old man let out a weary sigh. As the breath left his body, Dharma seemed to almost deflate. There was a weary set to his shoulders that was painfully evident. For once, he actually looked his age. It was slightly disturbing. "I felt it as soon as it happened. The change in your chakra was unmistakable," he explained. "The truth is, yesterday you awakened the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Our clan." "What?" Naruto gasped. His mind froze. The man said our clan. What did that even mean? It didn't make sense to Naruto. He was no Uchiha. "You heard me right. I said our clan," Dharma said. He looked at Naruto with an expression he couldn't quite explain. It was almost like he was nervous? No way. The old man had never been nervous. Naruto had never seen him be anything but calm and jovial, aside from last night when he saw those men. "The truth is, it wasn't by chance that we met in the forest last week. I've been waiting quite a while to meet you, Naruto. Ever since your father died." Naruto reeled backwards. He had to use his hands to catch himself. A fog settled in his mind. He couldn't seem to focus on what was being said. What was Dharma even talking about? If he was being honest, he was already starting to suspect where this was going. Things he hadn't noticed previously started to click into place. The way Dharma treated him. How much he looked like the woman Dharma's wife in the picture. The picture started to form. One he didn't like. Couldn't be. He shook his head in denial. "No," he said in denial. Tears blurred his vision. His throat felt like a stone had spontaneously formed inside it. He didn't want to hear this. Not that it mattered. The old man continued to speak, even as Naruto mentally fell to pieces. "I see you're beginning to understand what I'm trying to say," Dharma said. His own voice was thick with emotion. "The truth is, when I said I didn't know what happened to my son, I was lying. I found out he was rescued by some ninja after my wife was killed. I spent almost 25 years looking for him. But when I finally discovered where he went, I found you, my grandson." "My grandson." Those words crashed down on Naruto with all the force of a tsunami. There was a faint ringing in his ears. Those words should have brought immense joy. He always wanted to hear words like that. Like all orphans, he'd had fantasies of some unknown relative coming to take him away to some amazing life. He always assumed he'd be happy. But after everything in the past day, he didn't know what to feel or what to think. All he felt was confusion. "Why? Why now?" he asked. It was all he could manage. Dharma, though he was starting to doubt that was his name, sighed. "Why did it take me so long to be part of your life?" he asked. Naruto nodded resolutely. He didn't trust his voice. "It's a long story. Where to start?" the old man asked himself. He briefly cast his eyes to the ceiling, then back to Naruto. I suppose I'll start with my name. My real name is Madara Uchiha. I'm one of the founders of the Leaf, as well as its greatest traitor. Naruto felt his breath hitch. What do yo? Madara held up a hand to quiet him down. Please, let me explain everything first, he requested. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Who was this guy to suddenly show up, say things like that, and then expect him to be quiet? He considered continuing anyway, but Madara pinned him with a serious stare. Finally, he relented and looked away moodily. Now, where was I? Yes, my best friend Hashirama and I founded this village a little over 70 years ago. Eventually, I became bitter and jealous. I won't try to justify what I did. In my bitterness and anger, I tried to overthrow Hashirama. That failed, and I only survived due to a forbidden technique. After my failed coup, I went away. I started to plot against the Leaf. My plans eventually took me to the hidden sand, where I met your grandmother and saved her from some hidden stone ninja. Madara's voice changed as he began to talk about Kazuhana. It was just like when he'd talked about her yesterday. As I already told you, your grandmother was a very kind woman. She could see good in nearly anyone. The more time I spent around her, the less hatred I felt. Against his will, Naruto found himself enraptured as his grandfather continued to talk about his grandmother. He couldn't help it. Even though he still found it hard to believe, part of him still didn't. It was always his dream to learn about his family. Madara told him about how the two fell in love and decided to settle down in the land of rivers. After that, they'd had his father. Naruto was surprised to find tears roll down his face when his grandfather told him of how she died. He didn't know why. It's not like he ever knew her. Yet, for some reason, he felt like something he never knew he even had was ripped from him. After that, I spent a lot of time looking for your father. It wasn't easy. I actually had to die for a bit, Madara said. He blinked in shock at the casual way that was said. Huh? What the heck do you mean? How do you just die for a bit? Naruto asked incredulously. It got a chuckle out of his grandfather. His eyes twinkled with amusement at Naruto's expression. I'll explain it in detail some other time. Suffice it to say, in order to preserve my life a while longer, I poured all my chakra and will into a clone of Hashirama. He revived me after he tracked down your father. Unfortunately, by that time your parents had already died during the Ninetales attack. Ever since I've been preparing to finally be able to meet you, it was important nobody was able to learn my identity. Madara explained. It took a while to process everything he'd just learned. His mind was swimming with all the information. Yet there was one thing that burned more brightly than anything else. His parents. Who were they? All Gramps had told him was his parents were died the night of the Ninetales attack. That wasn't nearly good enough. Naruto finally had someone who seemed willing to tell him, and he was thirsty for answers. What about my parents? I want to know more about them, he demanded. His grandfather nodded. I won't tell you everything about them. There are some things I don't want to burden you with right now. Too much information at once can be overwhelming. Naruto opened his mouth to interrupt, but Madara stalled him by raising his hand. That being said, I can tell you who they were, although perhaps a picture would do better. It was quite hard to obtain this. Madara reached to his side and picked up a framed photo. Had it been there the whole time? It must have been. He'd been so preoccupied with the discussion, it made sense he wouldn't have noticed something so inconspicuous. His grandfather handed the picture frame to Naruto wordlessly. His hands trembled so much he was afraid he'd drop it. For the first time ever he saw his parents' faces. His eyes greedily drunk in the image of a man with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes hugging a beautiful woman with vibrant red hair who was clearly pregnant. Tears prickled at the edges of his vision. His throat tightened. After so long, he finally got to see them. He quickly wiped his eyes and continued his gazing. There was a lot of himself he saw in their faces, especially his mother. It seemed he had some of her more rounded facial structure, but his hair and eyes were exactly like his father. Took a while before he noticed one key detail. He'd been so busy looking at their faces, he hadn't bothered to notice their clothes. His mother was dressed in relatively simple forest green frock over a cream-colored maternity dress. His father, on the other hand, wore the typical jonin, a senior ninja, attire under a brilliant white cloak with red flames licking the bottom. Naruto's eyes bulged in shock. He gasped. He'd recognized that cloak anywhere. He'd obsessed over it on the rare few occasions he actually looked at his history textbook. It was the cloak of his hero. But that's the fourth Hokage, yes, Madara said. Naruto's eyes snapped to meet his grandfather. On the day he and his mother were attacked, she was killed protecting him. Some shinobi from the Leaf who had been assigned to kill the bandits that attacked her found him and took him with them. From what I gather, they managed to get his first name from where it was stitched in his clothing. After that, they gave him a surname at the Leaf Village orphanage. My dad was the fourth Hokage, Naruto said in awe. It was stories of him from Gramps that made him want to be Hokage. His eyes were drawn back to his grandfather when Madara cleared his throat. I assume you'd like to know about your mother as well? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto turned red with embarrassment. Truthfully, he'd almost completely forgotten about her after noticing who his father was. He felt slightly guilty, though not much. Who wouldn't get tunnel vision in that situation? Of course, I was just a little excited, you know? He said. The old man chuckled. Of course, he agreed. Anyways, your mother was a ninja as well. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. She was originally from the hidden Whirlpool Village, a close ally of the Leaf at the time. After your parents died fighting the Ninetales, the third Hokage apparently gave you her surname to protect you from Minato's enemies he made in the Third Shinobi World War. Whoa! Naruto said. Both his parents had been ninja. His awe was quickly followed by a sick feeling when he realized something. Gramps had lied. He'd asked the Hokage tons of times who his parents were, or if he'd learned anything new. The answer was always the same: he didn't know them, the records were destroyed, etc. He lied to me, he mumbled. He felt a surge of anger. The Hokage was the one person he thought he could trust. The one person who treated him with kindness. But he'd lied to him, kept such a huge thing when he knew how important it was. Unconsciously, he started to snarl. His anger was building. He was breathing heavily, and his heart started to pump hard in his chest. It was only stopped when Madara placed a firm hand on his shoulder and made him look at him. I know you feel hurt, but you should try not to blame him too much, he said. But he lied. Naruto protested. Madara sighed. True, but he had his reasons. He replied. Naruto blinked in surprise. Your father and mother were powerful people. They had many enemies. He hid your identity to protect you. That was a hard pill to swallow. Still, why didn't he tell me? He asked. To his surprise, his grandfather looked at him with a raised eyebrow and a slightly bemused expression. Why didn't he tell a boy desperate for attention that his parents were famous ninja? Can you honestly tell me you wouldn't have told anyone? That would ruin the point of hiding it. Naruto flushed with embarrassment. He wanted to argue, but he knew it was true. He'd always viewed the career of a ninja as some fun adventure. The recent events had given him a harsh wake-up call. If he got this information before that, he'd have been desperate to tell anyone and everyone. After all, if he were the son of the fourth Hokage, there's no way they'd still dislike. So there was merit to not telling him. Still, I get he had a good reason, it's just, it hurts. He's the one person I thought I could trust, he said. Madara sighed. I suppose that's fair enough. It's okay to be angry. Just remember to give the man a chance. After that, the two sat there and just talked. He wasn't sure how long it was, though it had to be hours because the sunlight in the window had crept across the room to the opposite side. They talked about a lot of things, such as what Madara knew about his parents and what they do about his training. After all, his grandfather, that would take getting used to, was a super legendary ninja. He had to know tons of awesome jutsu, though in hindsight, he almost regretted asking about that. He'd gotten a creepy chuckle from his grandfather, and if he didn't know any better, Naruto would swear there was a sadistic glee in the old man's eyes when he said, "Oh, don't worry about that. Pretty soon you'll be absolutely sick of training." Chapter 3, Growing Pains, New Challenges Appear. Meeting his grandfather had been the best thing that ever happened to Naruto. Several months had passed since then, and it had been amazing. He'd begun to spend more and more time out of his lonely apartment. He still had to keep up appearances by living there. Apparently the Hokage kept tabs on him, but every other moment he could spare was spent at his grandfather's home. Most days were spent in the vast forest training before returning to his apartment, but occasionally he'd stay over for the weekend, and they'd do something more fun. Something Naruto had learned rather quickly was that Madara was different from most grandparents. He had a different concept of fun activities. Whereas most people would teach their grandchildren to fly a kite or dote on them with sweets, Madara would show him how to forge his own kunai and shuriken and teach him to play shogi. Both of them were a work in progress, especially shogi. He just wasn't built with the patience required to play the game. Not that he would exchange those occasions for anything. Naruto had hit a growth spurt since he met his grandfather. His hair had begun to darken slightly at the roots, and it had lost some of its spikiness. He wore a simple attire, with a plain black shirt and a pair of tan shorts. Still, for all the good, there was one thing that frustrated him. His progress was rather slow. After he met his grandfather, Naruto had assumed it would somehow get easier. It hadn't. He still struggled with concepts, and it seemed to take him forever to make progress in his taijutsu drills or target practice. He was hoping today would be different. It was supposed to be a special lesson. A cool late winter breeze raced through the branches above them. Naruto and his grandfather stood surrounded by massive tree trunks covered in patches of moss. Overhead, the branches seemed to stretch toward the sky like giant outstretched arms. They cast the forest blanket of springy moss on the ground into dark shadows, save for a few shafts of glittering sunlight. It gave the place an odd green glow. "So, what are we doing today, grandfather? Is it some super special jutsu for the Sharingan? Or maybe my magnet style?" he asked eagerly. The thought of working on his bloodlines excited him beyond belief. So far, they really hadn't worked on them at all. They had to start at some point, right? He couldn't wait to be able to copy jutsu with the Sharingan or move metal around with nothing but his will like his grandmother. Unfortunately, his hopes were quickly dashed by a chuckle from his grandfather. "Not quite. Before I begin to teach you how to use those, I want to make sure your base skills are solid," Madara said. He placed his hands in the snake seal and gave Naruto a smirk. "Now for your training tool." Naruto could only gape in astonishment at what happened. The ground vibrated under his feet. A low rumble filled the clearing. All of a sudden, earth exploded upwards in a shower. He damp as several pieces of wet dirt clung to his skin. For thick brown vines shot up and began to writhe like serpents. No, not vines, he realized. Branches. The branches of a tree shot upwards, followed by a thick trunk. As the movement of the tree slowed down, smaller branches began to sprout from them, as well as twigs. Leaves soon followed. When it was done, a solitary tree stood in the center of the clearing. This one was much smaller than the others, only slightly taller than a man. Its branches were densely packed with small green leaves. Around the base was a mound of freshly turned dirt. His grandfather stood beside the tree with his hands locked in the snake seal. Naruto himself couldn't believe his eyes. That tree had sprung up out of nowhere. "Whoa, that's awesome," he said. He'd never seen something like that. His grandfather chuckled light-heartedly at the reaction, though he quickly returned to being serious. "While I'm glad you enjoyed the show, I didn't just grow this for the heck of it," he said. "This tree is going to be your training tool." Naruto's eyebrows rose. Whoever heard of a tree being a training tool? What kind of exercise was he going to do? If his grandfather noticed his confusion, he didn't mention it. The old man simply continued his explanation. "As I said, to fully take advantage of your bloodlines, your base skills must be solid. Up until this point, you've been learning to throw weapons more accurately and working on some basic jutsu. To get any further at this point, there's something we need to do first," Madara said. He paused and fixed Naruto with a firm gaze, probably to make sure he paid attention. "We need to increase your chakra control." "Huh? Chakra control, what's that?" Naruto asked. He'd heard of chakra before, but they hadn't covered anything to control it in the academy. At least not that he recalled. There was a good possibility he just wasn't paying attention at the time. Academics were never his strong suit. A light swipe of his grandfather's foot made a simple wooden chair of roots grow out of the ground. It wasn't much to look at, just a flat round seat and a basic straight back. The old man sat down on it with a relieved groan. Simple. Chakra control is the ability to control how much chakra you use, he said. With better control, it'll let you control your jutsu more effectively. You'll be able to make your techniques stronger with less chakra. It will also help with your Sharingan. With better control, you can decrease the time it takes to activate it and the chakra it takes. The old man definitely knew how to motivate him. Stronger jutsu? That sounded awesome. But more than anything was the Sharingan. He'd only used it a couple times. It took a lot of chakra to maintain it, and his grandfather was always quick to remind him to be careful where he used it. Naruto shifted his weight back and forth eagerly. Now, this exercise is fairly basic. You remember what I taught you about molding chakra? Madara asked. He was a big fan of making Naruto repeat things from other lessons. Naruto struggled to recall that particular lesson. It had been one of their earliest ones this year. He'd learned about it in class but didn't really get it, so he went to his grandfather to learn more. To perform jutsu, you gotta connect the spirit side and the physics side? He said uncertainly. His grandfather's side. I suppose that's close enough. When you connect the spiritual energy and physical energy inside your body, chakra is created. He clarified. Naruto felt his cheeks flush lightly. At least he was close. Now for this exercise, you'll be focusing the chakra to your forehead to try and get the leaf to stick. Like so. His grandfather reached up to one of the tree branches and plucked a leaf off. He pressed it against his forehead. To Naruto's astonishment, the leaf remained stuck when he took his hand away, like some invisible finger kept it pinned in place. The key is to use just the right amount. Too much chakra and you'll force the leaf away. Too little and it won't stick. You need immense concentration. Madara explained, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Concentration? Did that mean he was going to have sit still and everything? This was going to suck. He walked over to the tree and reached up to take one of the leaves. Luckily, his grandfather had made it fairly low-hanging when he grew the tree. He closed his eyes and placed his hands in the ram seal. He reached inside himself just like he'd been taught. A familiar warmth spread out from his chest. Now what did he do with it? Normally he'd just make hand seals to start a jutsu. But his grandfather hadn't mentioned any hand seals. Somehow I gotta move it on my own, he concluded. How do I focus the chakra? He ground out. It was a struggle to talk while maintaining his chakra. You have to will it. It's no different than when you use the Sharingan. Focus on the body part you want to send the chakra to, and then guide it along the way. There are natural paths it will follow on its own. His grandfather said. Naruto nodded. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He tried to remember what it felt like to activate his Sharingan. The rush of power that swept through his body. It was almost like pure sugar running through his veins. How the chakra pooled in his eyes. He tried to copy that. Focus. Focus on the forehead. He thought. Slowly but surely his chakra started to move. Soon enough he could tell it was pooling at his forehead. It was now or never. He carefully held the leaf to his forehead and let it go. He tried not to move. He even held his breath. For a few moments it seemed to be working. Yes, he'd gotten it on the first try, and then a ripping sound reached his ears. His eyes snapped open to see the shredded remains of the leaf dance to the ground. He should have known better than to think it'd be that easy. They continued like that for the rest of the day. He didn't make any progress. In the end, he had to return to his grandfather's, tired and frustrated. The next day, Naruto was in class discreetly practicing the leaf-sticking exercise under his desk. It was a bit easier to channel the chakra to his hands. A constant tingle danced across his skin. He'd managed to sustain it for several minutes, when his concentration was broken by the sudden sting of a piece of chalk bouncing off his forehead. It took some effort not to drop the leaf in surprise. He quickly stowed it away and glared down at his teacher. "Oi, what was that for?" he asked with a growl. It took effort to ignore the snickering of his classmates. The teacher, Tatsuya-sensei, ignored him. He was a grouchy old man with a graying goatee on his chin with a permanent scowl on his face. His standard Chunin uniform was always splotched with white smears from chalk, and his breath always stank of stale coffee. Naruto knew from numerous times being chewed out for slacking off. He didn't like Tatsuya-sensei at all. The man had no sense of humor or any time for slacking. Though, unlike the other instructors Naruto had met, at least he was that way with everyone. Now that everyone is paying attention, the old coot paused to stare pointedly at Naruto. Let's get to our next lesson. Today, I'll begin to teach you the first of 3 E-rank techniques you have to learn to graduate in 5 years. Despite himself, Naruto perked up at that. He could hear his classmates' excited murmurs around him. Not that he could blame them. This was the first jutsu they'd be learning. He tried to beg his grandfather to teach him some, but Madara always insisted he needed to get a handle on the basic skills first before he'd do that in their training. The most he'd learned was a simple fire jutsu to start a campfire. Yes, it's exciting, but try and keep it down, Tatsuya said. His gruff voice conveyed nothing but boredom. The old man turned to the blackboard. He slid it to the side to reveal a pre-made diagram in stark white chalk. It was the outline of a figure holding a hand sign, with 2 more figures next to it with dotted outlines. Tatsuya began to write rapidly underneath the diagram. The harsh scrape of the chalk on the jet-black slate made Naruto's skin crawl. He pushed through his discomfort to hear the explanation. The technique we're going to learn is the clone jutsu. It lets you create afterimage copies of yourself to confuse an enemy. He explained. The whispers were back, indistinct like the sound of leaves rustling in the forest. I'll give a demonstration. He stepped out from behind the desk. There was large open stretch of floor specifically so they could practice easy jutsu inside. The wood was well worn from generations of ninja standing there to learn techniques. Naruto leaned forward on the bench eagerly. He was barely aware of the bench shifting as his desk mates did the same. This was the very first actual jutsu they'd learn. Tatsuya clasped his hands together and slowly shifted them between signs. After his training with his grandfather, Naruto was more aware of the presence of people's chakra. He could feel the slow build as his sensei performed the jutsu. To his surprise, the old man actually seemed to have a fairly potent chakra. Snake, ram, tiger. Clone jutsu, he said. A faint pulse went through the room, barely noticeable. Several surprised gasps rang out. 2 copies flickered to life beside the old man like silent specters. They were perfect matches, right down to the white chalk stains on his Chunin flak jacket. Neither of them made a sound, and they even lacked shadows. It was pretty eerie, like they were both there and not there. Yes, it's very exciting. One thing to keep in mind, this is just a distraction technique. The clones... Tatsuya swept his arm out to the right. The clone's image parted like a cloud of steam in his arm's wake. Are not solid. They can't be used to fight. Naruto heard several disappointed grumbles behind him. With his piece set, Tatsuya released the technique. Beside him, the clones erupted into thick clouds of opaque white smoke. It dissipated fairly quickly. Oddly enough, there wasn't any odor from it. In fact, just like the clones, it almost seemed like it wasn't there save for a slight sensation as it brushed against your skin. Now, I'm gonna call you each down. I want you to give it a try. We'll go from there, he instructed. Excited chatter rose up. Their sensei didn't pay attention to it. He kept the same serious scowl. First up, Hideki Arisawa, he called. A black-haired boy stood up from the center desk on the lowest tier. His posture was hunched over, probably nervous. The boy rounded the corner of the desk and stood before their sensei. Naruto couldn't see the hand signs. All he saw were the elbows moving. Clone jutsu. A puff of smoke erupted. When it cleared, 2 sickly copies of the boy stood beside him. Unlike their senseis, they were noticeably flawed. That was okay for a first try, Tatsuya said. The black-haired boy's posture relaxed, and he quickly walked back to his seat, as if eager to be out of the spotlight. After that, Tatsuya called them up one by one. Everyone managed at least 1 clone. A few even got theirs to look decent. The majority turned out sickly, though. Nobody came close to replicating the perfect images their sensei made. It was a good thing the jutsu smoke didn't act like regular smoke, because after a few paper there was a near-constant lingering haze from it. The entire time Naruto was waiting on tenterhooks. He couldn't wait for his shot. When it finally came, he had to restrain an excited shout. Next, Naruto Uzumaki, Tatsuya called. Naruto practically sprung out of his seat and down the steps. He was so pumped he didn't even notice his classmates' comments. Maybe because he was so used to them. They never expected much out of him. TCH, this should be good. Don't know why he's so excited. He took his place in front of his teacher. For once, he wore a confident grin. That exercise with Grandpa should come in handy. He thought. This was going to be different. He clasped his hands together in the snake seal, then rapidly shifted to the ram seal with his left hand on top and first two fingers pointed up. Finally, he ended with both hands parallel and his first two fingers and thumb lined up. He could feel the surge of his chakra. It fluctuated wildly. Clone Jutsu, he shouted. The results were underwhelming. A small puff of smoke appeared on either side of him. No clones, though. Naruto was utterly confused. What happened? He did it perfectly. He, what was that? He heard a boy shout. Naruto's face burned with embarrassment. He didn't even produce any clone. How was that possible? He could just about die of embarrassment. For the first time in forever, the whispered jeers from his classmates started to get to him. It was like the hissing of snakes, tinged with gleeful derision. You probably used either too much chakra or not enough. Try to correct that, Tatsuya-sensei said. He gave a quick nod and turned back to the stairs. Honestly, he'd never felt so humiliated. His head stayed down. Everyone chuckled as he walked by. Naruto had to clench his fists to control his temper. Dang it! Why did it fail? That leaf-sticking exercise was supposed to help with jutsu, right? For the rest of the day, Naruto stewed on his failure. Failing was something he was used to. This time it was much harder to grin and bear it. He'd been working so hard to get better. He actually thought he got somewhere. It made him feel stupid. As soon as the class ended, his bag was packed and he practically sprinted from the room. He spent hours wandering the village lost in thought. After getting away from the academy, he'd sort of just let his feet take him wherever. Eventually, he made a very familiar trek up the winding stairs that led to the top of the Hokage monument. It was a set of massive carvings where the village's leaders were immortalized. They perched over the village, an eternal symbol of what they'd meant. The Hokage were always watching over everyone under their gaze. It was a comfort for the people of the leaf and a warning to their enemies. So long as the Hokage breathed, the village would be safe. His father's head was the newest one. It was always his favorite place to think. He'd take a seat among the jagged spiking stone in that made up the fourth's hair and just stare out across the village. It was always best in the evening, just like now. An orange glow suffused the buildings. The streets stretched out below like a massive spider web, and the people were like ants meandering about. Between the patches of buildings, there was a vast sea of green trees, dotted with blue specks and lines from the many rivers and ponds that spread amongst the forest. They were truly a village hidden amongst leaves. Surrounding it all was a huge white wall that circled all the way around the village to the sides of the Hokage mountain. After taking a seat on his father's carving, Naruto fished in his pocket for a spare leaf. By now, the process was very familiar. He channeled the chakra to his forehead and tried to get it to cling to the leaf. For a moment, it almost felt like it would stick. The chakra take on an almost suction-like feel. Naruto allowed himself a small smile. It quickly fell when the leaf tumbled off his forehead. A gust of wind caught it and carried the leaf out across the village. Naruto sighed heavily and took another out of his pocket. That time he thought he had it. He was about to put it to his forehead, but then, "So, this is where you were, Naruto. I've been looking for you." He practically jumped out of his skin. In a millisecond, he frantically stuffed the leaf back into his pocket. When he turned around, his eyes widened at the familiar liver-marked face with a thinning white goatee. "Oh, Gramps, hey, what are you doing here?" he asked. He couldn't help but smile. Despite the conflicting feelings he had about the man, he felt happy to see him. After all, it was him that took the time to visit Naruto when he was in the orphanage and helped him move out to his own apartment. Even now, the man paid for that apartment for Naruto. It had been a while since they had a chance to talk. Honestly, he was a bit nervous. "I came to see you, obviously. It's been a while since we talked." Sarutobi said. He wasn't a very tall man, not helped by the bulky white and red robes he wore. The robes always smelled of tobacco. Naruto wasn't particularly fond of it, but it had become a comforting smell to him. Mind if I take a seat? Naruto quickly shook his head. The old man settled down beside him with a pleasant sigh. He gazed out on the village with fondness. Ah, what a wonderful view, he said. I suppose. Naruto replied. Now that the initial rush of seeing Gramps wore off, his mind returned to what had happened in class. How had he messed up so badly? Plagued his mind. Every step forward seemed to be another one back. Unfortunately, Sarutobi wasn't the Hokage for no reason. Something seems to be bothering you. Care to share? He asked. Naruto winced. He really didn't want to complain. Even thinking about his insecurity was embarrassing. Yet, he knew Gramps wouldn't just let it go. It wasn't in his nature. Well, it's just the academy. I've trained super hard. But when we tried to do the clone jutsu, I'm the only one who failed. It's frustrating. I just feel like no matter what, I can never catch up, he said quietly. Sarutobi gave an understanding hum. He didn't reply right away. Instead, he took out his corncob pipe and lit it with a simple fire jutsu. The old man took a puff and slowly exhaled a cloud of acrid smoke. Naruto wrinkled his nose in distaste. Thankfully, a breeze quickly swept by and carried the foul smell with it. I see. So, you're worried you're not as good as your classmates. He mused. The old man nibbled on his pipe thoughtfully. That's not an unreasonable worry. It's true, you're definitely not the most talented of your peers, nor the most innately intelligent. Your grades are lacking as well. A scowl broke out across his face. Angry tears prickled at the corner of his eyes. It hurt to hear the old man say things so bluntly. Bad enough that he had those doubts himself, but now Gramps was confirming it? Resentment started to bubble inside him like water when you boiled rice. It was quickly halted by Sarutobi's next words, though. However, talent isn't everything. It simply gives some a head start. If your drive is strong enough, in time it's possible to bridge that gap. Just look at my own students as an example, he said with a smile. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Your students? Never heard of them, he said cluelessly. Far from being insulted, the Hokage's eyes twinkled in amusement. Oh, I wish they could hear that. It would annoy them greatly, he chuckled. I'm speaking of the Sannin, the 3 legendary ninja of our village. There's Jiraiya, the Toad Sage and Spy Master, and Tsunade, a peerless medic. Lastly, there's Orochimaru. I prefer not to speak of him. The way Sarutobi hissed out that last name took him aback. It was filled with disgust and regret. What had this Orochigai done to earn that from the normally kind man? The Hokage took a steadying breath, and then continued his story. When I first took them on, Jiraiya was undoubtedly the worst student. He had little talent, and he wasn't the brightest. Nowadays, he's possibly the strongest of them, Sarutobi said, before he reached over and playfully ruffled his hair. So cheer up, my boy. You're far too young to be worrying about things like strength so much. Naruto huffed in annoyance and ducked under the hand. He'd deny it profusely if asked, but the familiar warmth of the old man's hand was comforting. It helped remind him of how much Gramps helped him. The old man had the temerity to laugh at his annoyance. Grandfather was right. I should give Gramps a chance, he thought to himself. Part of him wanted to confront him, to clear the air right then and there. Now wasn't the time, though. It would just prove exactly why Gramps hadn't told him about his parents. Instead, he tried to figure out what brought him here to begin with. So, what's the deal, old man? Why'd you come see me? He asked. What? Can't I just come see one of my wards? Hiruzen asked teasingly. Naruto scoffed at the banter. Come on, Gramps. Give me some credit. Usually you wait till it's time to give me my stipend to see me. You missed the last one, though, he said with a huff. A warm smile spread across Hiruzen's face. True, though frankly you need to give yourself more credit, my boy. You're right that I have another motive, he said. The truth is, I've been slightly busy recently. We're working on preparing for the next year at the academy. Specifically, Something regarding your class. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows. What could be so important about his class that it'd take up the Hokage's time? He was surprised when Gramps took a piece of paper out of the sleeve of his robe and handed it to him. He quickly grabbed the small piece of white paper and looked at what it said. Instructor, Irika Umino, Room 107. As of April 14th, your new classroom is located at the south end of the first floor on the right-hand side. Please give this note to your new instructor on your first day. He looked back up at the old man with confusion. New teacher? What's this about? Is it cause of my grades or something? He asked. His mind was bombarded with different scenarios. Was he being transferred because he was doing bad? Or what if he was being held back because of his grades? Each thing he thought of was more worrying than the last. No need to be concerned. It's nothing like that, Gramps said. He waved casually as if to dismiss Naruto's worries. Your teacher is retiring after this year. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone available to replace him. So instead, we'll be splitting up your class and filling empty spots left by those who plan to drop out of the other first-year classes. He explained. Huh, he said dumbly. He looked at the old man quizzically. Dropouts? Were there really that many people leaving the first-year classes? His confusion must have been very obvious, because the old man chuckled. Tell me, Naruto, why do you think there are usually only 1 or 2 7th-year classes in the academy? But we have at least 5 first-year classes? Hiruzen asked. He'd never really thought about that. Now that he took the time to recall it, he never really saw that many older students. It wasn't like the academy was just that large, either. Are you saying they all drop out? He asked. It was impossible to disguise his surprise. He couldn't fathom just giving up on his training. Who would invest all that time just for nothing? Exactly so. For all your concern about how you stack up, you're far from the least talented student I've ever seen, Naruto. Gramps explained. On top of that, many start the training just to find they don't have what it takes. Either they can't stand the thought of killing someone, or the training is too hard. The dropout rate is actually quite high. Killing. Naruto had to hold back a wince. That word brought up memories of that day. Things he'd rather forget. The way the sword had stuck out from the man's chest. A warm spray of blood across his arm. His grandfather helped him deal with the event, but it still was an unpleasant thought. The idea he was now a killer, unintentional as it had been. He could certainly see why some wouldn't be up for a life where that was commonplace. All this went through his head in seconds. I guess that makes sense, he said. Good, good. Just remember to follow the instructions on that sheet and you'll be fine, Sarutobi assured him. At his answering nod, the old man smiled widely. Come now, I still have plenty of time to talk. Why don't we talk about your training? Naruto unintentionally tensed up at that. Could Gramps have seen him earlier? I couldn't help but notice you were practicing the leaf-sticking exercise. I'm glad to see you practicing things proactively. Though I'm curious, where did you learn it? It was hard to bite back a curse. This was not good. His grandfather had told him it was a technique they taught older students. There shouldn't be any way for him to know it. He had to think of something quick. Everything was ruined if he didn't. Oh, that's something I picked up watching the older students, he exclaimed. He tried not to let his desperation leak into his lie. While he tried to look confident, internally he really hoped the old man bought the lie. He needed it to. If he didn't, Naruto might lose his grandfather. For a moment he was tense. Gramps looked at him with an almost calculating look if he didn't know any better. Luckily, it didn't take long for the old man to break out and smile. Ah, I see. Good. It's a useful technique for not only chakra control, but training to focus the mind. A proper shinobi trains both the body and mind, he said. The old man reached down to pluck a pebble from the ground. He let it hang from the tip of his finger. One small tip, try to use visualization to guide your chakra. I've always found imagining my chakra system as a series of pipes useful. Though you might need to find something that works for you. Naruto nodded quickly at the suggestion. Though he took it to heart, he was more concerned with the near miss. He had to work hard not to sag in relief. That had been too close. In the future, he'd need to be more careful. Still, something the old man said struck a chord within him. A good shinobi trains both the body and mind. When he thought about it, he'd always been hyper-focused on training his physical skills. Maybe he needed to focus more on the mental. The two sat there and talked for quite a bit. By the time Naruto left, it was dark, and stars filled the cold winter sky. He'd almost forgotten his little slip-up. Unfortunately for him, Hiruzen didn't. Chapter 4: Budding Friendship and Creeping Strength. Time flew by for Naruto. Before he knew it, winter gave way to spring. The weather steadily warmed up, a prelude to the infamously warm land of Fire Summer. The morning of April 14th dawned crisp and clear. It was a stark change to the dreary weather just a month prior. The sky gleamed pure blue. Today was the day. The first day of his second year at the academy. A new beginning. He woke up early that day. Normally he was content to take things slowly. Today was different. The excitement bubbling inside him wouldn't let him sit still any longer than necessary. He was showered and dressed well before the sun rose. His damp hair clung to his forehead as he fidgeted nervously in front of his grandfather at the breakfast table. Several dishes full of rice, fish, and rolled omelettes lay between them. He wanted to wolf his meal down so he could hurry to the academy. Not that he would. Even though the old man seemed to be focused on his meal, Naruto knew for a fact he was watching him like a hawk. For some reason, he insisted that Naruto learn manners. Utterly useless annoyances, in his opinion. Forgetting his manners would earn him a light rap across his knuckles with a wooden spoon. So there he was, eating his food at a sedate pace. At least it tasted good. The rich juices of the grilled fish had seeped into the rice and flavored it. He winced as he bit into his omelet. Eggs weren't his favorite. When he was finally done, he gave his grandfather an expectant look. "Can I go now?" He didn't ask it out loud, but clearly Madara understood. He gave Naruto a subtle nod. "Fine, run along then," he said. Naruto hardly waited for the words to leave his mouth. He shot up from the table and swung his backpack onto his shoulder. The familiar heft of his books made him grunt. He was almost at the door to the dining room before Madara finished his sentence. Before he could clear the doorframe, his grandfather's voice cracked through the air like a whip and stopped him cold. "Naruto!" Naruto skidded to a stop and his heart almost stopped. He had to grasp the door jamb to stop himself from skidding on the ground. He peered back at his grandfather apprehensively. Yeah?" he asked. For a moment his grandfather pinned him with a stern gaze. Had he forgotten something? His worries eased when Madara's lips twitched and cracked into a grin. "Be sure to save some energy for tonight. Given your recent progress, I plan on teaching you a jutsu that should help you a lot," he said. Nothing could wipe the smile off Naruto's face after that. Today was going to be great. It was his chance to make a new first impression with his new classmates. This time he wouldn't be known as the loser. "I'm gonna show everyone what I can do, you know?" His new classroom ended up being near the other side of the building next to the open area they used for taijutsu lessons. He paused at the sliding door to collect himself. A jumble of voices came from behind the door. He could catch snippets of conversation. Kids asking how breaks went or what they thought they'd learned that semester. "All right, Naruto, come on, you can do this. Gotta make a good impression." This was a new chance to make a first impression. In his last class, he was a loser. Everyone laughed at him. Now he had a chance to make a different first impression. He tried to psych himself up. He'd finally plucked up the courage to reach for the door when a tap on his shoulder almost made him jump out of his skin. "Gah!" he shouted in surprise. His heart hammered wildly in his chest. Naruto spun around to see a brown-haired man with a spiky ponytail standing behind him. The man had a slightly sheepish expression on his deeply tanned face. There was a faded scar across the bridge of his nose, but the man still somehow looked kind. He wore the traditional attire of a hidden leaf chunin, a mid-level ninja, a blue sweatshirt and shinobi pants under a light green flak jacket. Unlike Tatsuya-sensei, his uniform was pristine. Most likely an instructor. He looked pretty young. "Sorry about that. I just wanted to ask if you needed help." "You looked a little lost," he said. Yeah. I was just gonna go in. I'm one of the new students," Naruto said. As an afterthought, he handed the man the sheet he'd gotten from Gramps. He could tell the second the man got to his name, because his warm eyes suddenly got much colder. The man looked at Naruto guardedly. So he was one of those adults. Naruto braced himself for what he knew was coming. Some sort of complaint of being late or other reason to chew him out. All right, why go ahead and go in. I'll make an announcement at the beginning of class, he said. Naruto blinked in surprise. That was new. He'd expected that the new teacher would be just like every other adult when he found out who he was. Yet this guy was mostly civil. Maybe things wouldn't be as bad with this teacher. There was a slight drop in conversation when he opened the door. Aside from all the new faces, there wasn't much to distinguish this classroom from his last one. Natural light poured in from a bank of huge windows on the far wall. Large three-person desks of polished wood were of how the classrooms were arranged in tiers leading to the back of the room. Each one could hold 3 students, and there were 4 columns and 3 rows. At the front, 2 large chalkboards took up most of the wall, with a medium-sized desk and lectern for the teacher. Most of the seats were already filled. The entrance was at the bottom level, so everyone was looking down at him. Naruto spotted an open seat halfway up. The middle and left side seats were already taken by a black-haired kid with a hairstyle similar to their teacher and a chubby boy with bushy brown hair respectively. They looked nice enough. The black-haired boy looked tired, and the other boy was snacking on a bag of chips. As he made his way up the aisle, mutters followed him in hushed whispers. Who's that? Must be one of them new kids. I think that's the guy my friend told me about. He's supposed to be really bad. Naruto tuned it all out and made his way to the seat. Mind if I sit here? He asked awkwardly. The crunch from the brown-haired boy snacking was a bit distracting. Nah, go ahead. Not like I care. The black-haired boy said lazily. Too busy munching. The brown-haired kid simply shook his head. Well, that was good enough. Naruto took his seat on the bench next to the black-haired boy. True to his word, the boy quickly put his head in his arms. Within minutes he was snoring lightly. He sure didn't seem to care about class. Not that he really had room to talk. Naruto spent most of last year ditching any class he found boring. Basically anything that didn't involve physical activity. During the wait for class to begin, Naruto chatted quietly with the brown-haired boy. Apparently his name was Choji, a member of the Akimichi clan. The other one was named Shikamaru according to Choji. He was a member of the Nara clan. Before he knew it, it was time for class to begin. All right class, that's enough chatting. The sensei, Irika if he remembered right from the letter, said. When that did work, he looked a little annoyed. Oi! I said knock it off, he shouted. The noise reverberated off the high ceiling. Finally the muttering died out, and the chunin cleared his throat. Good. Now, before we begin, I need to announce that we'll be having a couple new students this year. One of my fellow teachers retired unexpectedly, so his class has been divided up amongst the other first-year teachers, he said. There was a bit of muttering at that. Naruto could feel the eyes of some of the other students on him. Clearly, they'd already realized he was one of the new students. He couldn't help but look around to see who the other student was from his old class. Ah, there. There was a vaguely familiar face in the corner. A rather plain-looking boy named Yusuke. He'd been on the lower end of the totem pole in their class, though nowhere near as bad as Naruto. I expect the rest of you to help them get settled in, Irika said sternly. His eyes seemed to linger on a brown-haired boy with a rather feral appearance. Maybe someone to look out for maybe? With his message delivered, Irika picked up a clipboard and a pencil from his podium. Now, with that out of the way, I'll take roll. After that, we'll review some of what we learned last term for the first half of the day, he said. He didn't pay much attention to the roll call. By Naruto's estimation, he had an entire term to learn all his new classmates' names, though his attention was grabbed when Irika called one name in particular. He'd just gotten done with the T's. SASUKE Uchiha, Irika called. Here. Naruto's head snapped up and he looked to his left. A girl who was sat in the middle of the row raised her hand. Her jet-black high-collar shirt was a signature of the clan. She had blue-tinted ebony hair tied into a ponytail, with fair skin. But it was her name that caught his attention. Uchiha, a fellow member of his clan. It was the first time he'd seen someone from the clan since he met his grandfather. That's right. I remember hearing something about a girl from our year that was really good. An unfamiliar sensation filled his stomach. It was almost a rush. He felt a different kind of energy, a nervous, jittery feeling. His gaze sharpened. He wanted to prove how good he was, to show how he stacked up against another member of the clan, even if he was the only person to know about it. After that burst of excitement, things mostly calmed down. He was called next, and he simply said, "Here." A couple more students' names were called after that, and then it was on to the review. It was a new experience for Naruto. Normally, he'd try and avoid answering anything. That had changed since his last meeting with Gramps. It made him reconsider how he approached the academic side of things. He'd taken to going back through his textbooks and relearning things under his grandfather's guidance. To his delight, he found himself able to keep up with the review. He even managed to get a couple answers himself. "Can anyone tell me when the Warring States period ended? And why?" Irika-sensei asked. Naruto's hand shot into the air. He could see a few others with their hands. There was a pink-haired girl at the front that seemed rather meek, as well as SASUKE, and a blonde-haired girl on the far side of the room. He grinned when Irika pointed at him. It ended around AS 921. When the Hidden Leaf formed, it made other ninja clans in the other nations form villages of their own. He answered. That earned a respectful nod from his sensei. Naruto hid a smile. There was a warm feeling inside him at getting a question right. Was this how other people in his last class felt when they got something right? It felt almost as good as when he finally got down and exercised in training. Not long after Irika-sensei called an end to the review. "Well, that'll be all for the review. You'll have 30 minutes for lunch. Then I want you all to meet me back at taijutsu practice area. Today we begin sparring practice," he said. Excited murmurs erupted around the room. It was hard to contain his own excitement. A nervous energy filled his stomach. He could hardly wait. He spent lunch alone on the rooftop. It was his favorite place to eat. The large oak trees provided plenty of shade underneath their expansive green canopies in summer. In winter, they were large enough to block out the rain. Most days he'd spend lunch simply looking at the village and imaging what it would be like once he was a shinobi. Usually it involved him becoming Hokage. Today, however, he paid little attention to the view. He picked nervously at the sushi bento his grandfather had made. Truth be told, he was a little nervous about the taijutsu spar. He and his grandfather had only just started working on it. Progress was slow since Madara wanted him to do it while sticking several leaves to his body. What if he wasn't good enough? The memory of his disastrous attempt at the clone jutsu was still fresh in his mind. He didn't think he could stand another embarrassment like that. Eventually his training had to start paying off, right? Finally the time came to go back to class. He made his way down 3 flights of concrete steps to the ground floor, and then to the side door that led to the sparring area. The taijutsu practice field was very basic. It was a rugged dirt courtyard about a quarter the size of a football pitch. A beat-up chain-link fence ran around the perimeter on 3 sides to keep people out, with the 4th bordering the school. He could see the Hokage faces looming in the background. It always felt like they were watching over them as they trained. There was a somewhat faded white ring in the center to mark the fighting area. By then, the sun was nearing its apex. It blazed down intensely. The rays bounced off the orange dirt ground and filled the air with a heavy warmth that seemed to press down on you. There weren't any clouds to offer a reprieve. He could already feel a slight sweat build on his forearms, and he could even feel as the sun's rays tried to roast his skin. Once everyone was gathered back, Irika-sensei called for attention and held up a crisp sheet of paper. "All right, everyone, let's get started. Since this is our first sparring lesson, we won't be taking this too seriously. This is more of a chance to get a baseline than anything," he explained. That being said, the fight ends when either one person is forced out of the circle, somebody submits, or I call a stop. I expect you to obey my commands. Is that understood? He fixed a stern gaze on everyone. For such a kind-looking man, he could be awfully intimidating when he wanted. Naruto nodded and muttered, "Yes, sensei." His fellow classmates did the same, and Irika nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Now I paired you up randomly. When you hear your name called, Step into the sparring circle and face your opponent. Our first fight will be Ami versus Kaoru. Everyone else step back and form a line to observe. Everyone moved back save for 2 girls. One of them had short purple hair, while the other had slightly longer black hair. The 2 took the basic academy stance. It was a taijutsu form everyone was taught, though it was mostly for the students that were from civilian families. Most clan kids got taught a unique style, and they could get excused from learning the academy style. Luckily, there hadn't been any of those in his last class. At Irika's signal, they began to fight. It wasn't much to watch. They were both rather sloppy in their punches and kicks. Neither bothered to go for a grappling maneuver. It came to an end when Ami managed to sweep her opponent's legs out from under her. The fights started to pass in a blur. He stopped paying attention. His mind was too focused on what he would do for his own match. He tried to examine his fellow classmates to learn from their mistakes, but he was so distracted it didn't really help. Naruto waited with nervous anticipation for his turn. His stomach was tying itself in knots. It took conscious effort to stop his muscles from tensing up. That would be bad if he got tense before a fight. He wanted to make a good impression. Finally, his name was called after the 5th fight. Okay, Naruto and Kiba, it's your turn. Irika called. Finally, I get a chance to show my stuff, he exclaimed. The suspense was killing him at this point. Some of the people around him looked at him weirdly. Luckily, his opponent's response overshadowed him. Yahoo! Finally! I can't wait! The feral boy from earlier shouted from a few spots down. He had shaggy brown hair and unique slit eyes. There were a pair of red facial markings on his cheeks. He wore a long-sleeved tan shirt and gray shorts. The boy dashed into the ring eagerly, while Naruto followed at a calmer pace. Once they were facing each other, the boy grinned at him, exposing a set of almost fang-like canine teeth. What's the matter, you chicken or something? He asked. Naruto felt a rush of anger. He couldn't help it. He had to pause and force himself to calm down before he responded. His grandfather had been drilling him on that. A few calming breaths helped temper him, and he looked back at Kiba with a grin. No, I just don't need to yap like some stupid dog. Just wait until I knock your lights out. Naruto responded. He drew on the boy's appearance for inspiration. The insult worked because the boy gave him an intense glare. Before things could get too out of hand, Irika spoke up. All right, you two, remember this is just a spar. I expect you to keep it friendly. This will go 5 minutes or until I call it, he said. Naruto nodded to show his acceptance of the order. Meanwhile, the other boy simply scoffed and muttered, whatever. Irika gave them one last look before swiping his arm down. Start. Kiba gave him a savage grin and dropped into a weird stance. He put his hands on the ground and hunched to all fours. It threw Naruto off for a second. Hey, I was just joking about the dog thing. You don't need to act like one, he said. To his surprise, his comment was met by a laugh by not just Kiba, but the entire class. What's so funny? He asked. You dummy. Kiba jeered. I'm from the Inuzuka clan, you moron. We're known for fighting like animals. Now I'm gonna embarrass you. Don't blink. His words instantly put Naruto on alert. The Inuzuka, huh? Just knowing Kiba was using a clan style made him wearier. This wouldn't be like his fights in his last class. It was just his luck to get someone with a clan style for his first fight. He was soon rewarded for his attention. In one instant, Kiba had tensed his limbs and shot forward, taking a swipe at his head with his fist. Whoosh! The sound of his opponent's fist moving through the air was shocking. Fast. That was all he could think. He could barely keep up with the movement. Naruto had to stamp down the urge to use the Sharingan. Instead, he tried to analyze Kiba's fighting style. Clearly, it relied on overwhelming an opponent with speed. Something stood out immediately. When Kiba landed from overshooting him, the boy took a moment to recover. He skidded on the ground and had to briefly come out of his animalistic stance to right himself. Small clouds of dust floated by his feet. A second later, the boy launched right back at Naruto. He successfully ducked, but his eyes widened when his opponent twisted his body to try and surprise him with a kick. Naruto barely had enough time to throw up a guard. Bam! He winced as Kiba's shin made his bones rattle uncomfortably. The blow forced him to stumble backwards. The dull, constant ache was a sure sign he'd have a nasty bruise. It wasn't just speed. Kiba's power was no joke either. He just barely managed to stop from falling over. It was a good thing too, because he could see the ring-out line was just a couple meters behind him. His eyes widened when he saw Kiba was almost on him again. He had to do something. Quick! If he didn't, he'd get knocked out of the ring. Wait! The ring! He had just enough time to react. The opening was right in front of his face. Literally. His opponent had overextended on his swing, leaving his arm wide open. Naruto didn't hesitate. He seized Kiba's outstretched arm with both hands and started to pull. His muscles strained mightily. He heaved with all his strength and tossed Kiba over his shoulder. A grin stretched across his face when he saw his opponent sail over the faded white mark and hit the ground roughly. In that moment, he felt invincible. It was a confidence Naruto had never felt before. The blood in his veins pumped fiercely. He took 2 steadying breaths to calm his body back down. The other boy tumbled briefly. Just like earlier, Kiba was able to right himself quickly. It looked like he'd try and charge, but Irika quickly stepped in. "Winner Naruto," he said. "What?" Kiba shouted in disbelief. Instead of answering, Irika simply pointed at the line. Naruto heard a sharp intake of breath, and Kiba cursed quietly. He looked like someone made him suck on a lemon. Finally, he actually looked at Naruto and sneered. "TCH, looks like you got lucky. Don't think it'll happen again," he growled. Naruto stood there awkwardly for a second. Eventually, he trailed after Kiba and went back to the line. He could hear a few people snicker at the other boy. As he walked, his mind played back the fight. Though he'd felt good initially, he realized one major flaw. He'd been utterly overwhelmed. In a certain sense, Kiba was right. He'd won on a technicality. If this were a real fight, he would have lost. He didn't want that to happen again. "I'll have to train harder. I'll focus more on Taijit." He was jarred from his thoughts by a tap on his shoulder. Naruto looked up, and his eyes widened when he saw Sasuke looking at him. She gave him a bright smile. "Hey, good fight. Don't let what Kiba said get to you. He's just mad he lost for being stupid," she said. Thanks," he said awkwardly. Naruto wasn't really used to people being nice to him. He didn't quite know how to handle it. A small smile stretched his lips. His performance might not have been the best, but it seemed it was enough to make a good first impression. That was good enough for now. With his spirits raised, Naruto settled back to watch the other fights. Since he didn't have the pressure of his own fight hanging from his neck like an anchor, he was able to pay more attention to them. It wasn't just Kiba. There were several talented people in this class. Perhaps the most surprising was a rather meek girl with weird white eyes and short blue hair. She managed to disable her opponent with some kind of weird fluid style that almost seemed like she was poking her opponent. The most impressive, though, was by far his fellow Uchiha. When it came time for Sasuke to fight, she moved with a ferocity and grace that he'd never seen from a student at the academy. She overwhelmed the other girl with a quick kick to the stomach, and then immediately transitioned to an armbar. It was over in seconds. He felt that feeling from earlier again. The need to meet a challenge. Right there and then, he made a vow to himself. He was going to be the best in the class. He'd planned to go straight home after class. After all, he wanted to know what jutsu his grandfather would teach him. That was the plan anyway. It got tossed out the window when he came across something that got his blood boiling. There was one particular street he always took to get back to his grandfather's. It was pretty secluded, especially this time of day. He just turned the corner onto it when a boy's voice caught his attention. Mostly due to how aggressive he sounded. "You're that second-year girl, the one everyone keeps saying is really good. Isn't that Itachi guy your brother?" His gaze snapped over to where the voice was coming from. What he saw made him scowl. A trio of older boys, one of them tall and lanky, another pretty average-looking, and the last rather chunky, were gathered around someone, a black-haired girl. She was only a few meters in front of him. He eyed the 3 boys carefully. It didn't look like they'd noticed him. The aggressiveness of their body language set him on edge. He could tell a bully when he saw one. It was a skill he picked up at the orphanage. A lot of the older kids like to pick on the younger ones. Especially him. You know, we were in the same class as that supposed genius brother of yours. He was a real jerk, making all of us look bad in spars, and then graduating in a year on top of it. Maybe we should teach you a lesson, so you don't get as arrogant as him, said the tall one. That was it. No way was he just going to stand back. Just as he resolved to step in, the girl snapped back an angry reply. To his surprise, he recognized her voice immediately. After all, he'd just met her that day. It's not my fault if you couldn't beat Itachi, and it wasn't his either. Just because he beat you doesn't mean he was a jerk, Sasuke said to the bullies. He felt like hitting himself for not seeing the red and white fan crest on the back of her shirt. Shut up, you little twit, the plain-looking boy growled angrily. Let's teach her a lesson. His friends both nodded in agreement and cracked their knuckles menacingly. When he saw the tall one getting ready to dash forward and attack, Naruto saw red. He whipped around the corner and with a fierce cry, he launched himself to intercept the boy who was charging with a foot to the face. Tall and lanky let loose a muffled oof and sailed backwards. Lucky for him, his friends, although stunned, managed to catch him before he hit the ground. While the chunky boy and the plain-looking one helped their friend, Naruto turned to Sasuke and asked, "Hey, you okay?" Sasuke stared at him for a moment. She looked equal parts confused and grateful. "Why yeah, I'm fine." Naruto smiled at the girl to try and reassure her that everything was going to be fine. Before they could say anything else, they were interrupted by the annoyed voice of the boy he kicked. "Gah, you've got a lot of nerve, you stupid blonde. Who'd you think you are?" By now he had recovered from the kick. Naruto felt more than a little satisfaction at the red mark he had left on the boy's face. When the tall boy didn't get an answer from Naruto, he growled angrily and gave him a venomous glare. "Hey, I asked you a question. Who do you think you are, butting into our business? We were about to teach that damn Uchiha a lesson," the boy said angrily. At those words, Naruto gave the older boy a glare of his own. "Teaching her a lesson? You were bullying her. You bunch of creeps." That seemed to set the older boys off. "Hey, watch it, you punk. You're just second-year students. We're going to be graduating this year. We'll wipe the floor with you too." Now that brought Naruto pause. For the first time, he actually took note of the boys' ages. How big they were. Each of the boys looked like they were at least 13. Not good. I can't handle 3 genin yet. He felt like cursing himself for his short-sightedness. His anger at the bullies had clouded his better judgment, and now he was in it deep. "I just know I'm going to hear about this from grandfather. But for now, I've got bigger issues." "What, no come back?" the tall boy taunted. He was obviously hoping to rile Naruto up more, but quite frankly, Naruto was too busy trying to find a way out of the situation. Loath as he was to admit it, fighting was obviously out of the question. He doubted these guys would be up for talking either. That just left one option. Escape. Easier said than done. He racked his brain for an idea. Anything he'd learned from his grandfather that could help. Wait, his grandfather. There just might be something that could help. Naruto began to reach into his ninja tool pouch. It took a couple seconds for him to find what he was looking for. A sphere with paper strips wrapped around the outside. "Man, I'm glad grandfather insisted I have these." At the same time, he subtly nudged Sasuke to get her attention. "Get ready to run," he whispered. "Huh." She looked confused for a second. Then a gleam of understanding flashed in her eyes when she saw what he was holding. A slight nod told him she understood the plan. "Well, here goes nothing," he said. It was perfect timing. The older boys had just begun to charge, probably impatient from waiting to beat the crap out of them, when Naruto let loose the smoke bomb. It whipped like a white blur and nailed the tall boy right in the forehead. A dense cloud of pitch-black smoke erupted and enveloped the boys instantly in a choking haze. The boys started to hack and cough within the cloud. Naruto didn't hesitate. As soon as the smoke came, he dashed back onto the road he'd come from. He could feel Sasuke running beside him. They ran for quite a long time, ducking through alleys and dodging between people on the street. They eventually stopped near a park about a mile away from where the bullies had cornered Sasuke. He gulped the fresh air greedily. His lungs burned slightly, and he could feel sweat beading his brow. Beside him, Sasuke was bent over slightly with her hands on her knees. The chase had made her sweaty as well. Her bangs clung to her forehead, and her clothes were rumpled. He couldn't help but grin. Now that they were out of danger, he found the situation funny. "Phew, that was a close one," said Naruto. Sasuke nodded in agreement with her own grin. "Yeah, thanks. You helped me out big time," she replied. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly and tried to play it off. "Nah, it was nothing. I just don't like people who pick on people that they think are weaker than them." But Sasuke wouldn't have any of it. She shook her head vigorously, making her ponytail whip side to side. "No, really thanks. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come by. It was really brave," she said earnestly. Naruto couldn't help but blush at the girl's praise. No matter how often it happened recently, he wasn't used to people complimenting him. Especially not someone like Sasuke. She was one of the talented kids, the kind everyone flocked to and wanted to be around. In other words, everything he wasn't prior to meeting his grandfather. "I guess so," he relented. They stood there awkwardly for a moment. Neither really knew what to say. Naruto looked down at his shoes and studied them silently, while Sasuke looked at a gnarled tree off to the side. That's when he noticed that the shadows were getting pretty long. "That's right. I gotta meet grandfather," he realized with a start. "Well, anyways, I better get going. I've got a lot of training to do. I'll see you in class tomorrow," he told her. With a wave over his shoulder, he began to leave. Before he could get too far, he was stopped by Sasuke's voice. "Hey, wait a second. Your name's Naruto, right?" she asked. He turned back with a smile. "Yep. Obviously, I already know who you are. Sasuke Uchiha. What with the whole saving you and all. Didn't know you were the damsel in distress type," he said cheekily, her cheeks puffed up playfully. "Well, Naruto, I was wondering if we could be friends. Although I might change my mind now that you're teasing me." A wide smile spread across Naruto's face at Sasuke's offer. When he first joined the academy, he hoped to make friends. He'd sort of forgotten about that. Maybe things were starting to turn around with that too. "Yeah, I'd like to be friends too. I'll see you in class tomorrow." He didn't wait to hear her reply, though he saw her bright smile. Naruto turned on his heel and began to make his way home. He couldn't wait to tell his grandfather. Plus, he got to learn a cool new jutsu. "All right, what's got you grinning like a loon?" Madara asked him. He had one thinning white eyebrow quirked in bemusement. They were in their usual training ground, and as his grandfather had noted, he wouldn't stop grinning. Honestly, the muscles in his cheeks were starting to ache a bit. He couldn't help it though. "I made a friend today, grandfather," Naruto said. He couldn't keep the excitement down. Not that he really wanted to. The beaming smile his grandfather gave him was a rare sight. It wasn't often Madara showed that much unbridled happiness. "That's good to hear. What's this new friend's name?" he asked. "Her name's Sasuke, and she's an Uchiha. She's super nice," Naruto gushed. He quickly told his grandfather how he and Sasuke had met and what had just happened before he got home. He was so distracted by his pleasant memories, he didn't notice as his grandfather's smile settled into a familiar smirk, one very reminiscent to his own mischievous grin. A teasing glint flashed across his black eyes. "Oh ho! It sounds like someone has a little crush," he said. Naruto's eyes bulged in shock and outrage. Was the old man senile? His mouth gaped open, and he started to sputter denials. Not that they did any good. All that did was cause his grandfather to laugh heartily. The booming laughter echoed through the clearing. "Easy, Naruto, I'm merely joking," he assured him. "I'm happy you made a friend," he said sincerely. "Tsh, stupid old man," Naruto muttered. There wasn't any heat behind it. That got another chuckle out of Hugh's grandfather. After a few moments, though, Madara quickly sobered up. "Now, I think it's time we get to why we're out here," he said with a motion to the forest around them. It wasn't quite sunset yet, but the area was definitely darker than normal. It lent a slightly eerie feel to the friendly woods. That got Naruto's attention instantly. It was hard for him to contain his excitement. He just barely resisted bouncing up and down. He could hardly be blamed. This was the first, hopefully significant jutsu he'd learned from his grandfather. I'm sure you're curious what technique I plan to teach you. This jutsu is called the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and it should help your training leaps and bounds. Madara explained. Naruto's excitement dropped quite a bit as soon as he heard that. A clone jutsu? He still couldn't even do the basic one. Luckily, his grandfather quickly dispelled his concerns. Don't worry about your problems with the basic clone jutsu. This jutsu specifically requires large amounts of chakra and minimal control, he said. Naruto released a tense breath he didn't even know he was holding. It was a relief to hear he shouldn't have trouble. Though it begged the question, what was so special about the shadow clone? He asked his grandfather just that and got a smirk in return. Everything I've taught you has actually been in preparation for this jutsu. The leaf-sticking exercise not only gave you better control, but it increased your ability to concentrate and order your mind. That's important to take advantage of the shadow clone's special ability, he said cryptically. It was hard to hold in a huff of annoyance. Couldn't the old man speak straight? Judging by the amused glint in his eye, the bastard knew exactly what he was doing. He glared at his grandfather and tried to get across his annoyance. That only seemed to amuse him more, though thankfully Madara relented fairly quickly. All right, I'll stop the suspense. The Shadow Clone Jutsu gives the user its memories and experiences when dispersed. By exploiting this, we can increase your training exponentially by teaching you multiple things at once. Naruto's jaw dropped. A jutsu that let him learn faster and required lots of chakra? It was perfect. Now, the technique is fairly simple. You simply make this hand seal and channel the chakra. Madara explained. He made a cross-shaped seal with the first 2 fingers on his hands. A second later, 2 plumes of stark white smoke erupted with muffled poofs, and Naruto found himself looking at 3 identical copies of his grandfather. Unlike the ones Tatsuya-sensei showed them, these ones actually had substance. He could see the slight depression of the moss beneath their feet and the shadows that they gave off. One weakness of this jutsu is the clones are fairly easy to dispel. Like so, in the blink of an eye, Madara slammed a fist into the head of the clone on either side of him. Just as instantly as they appeared, both clones disappeared. The pillars of smoke they left were quickly swept away by a light breeze. Now, why don't you try? His grandfather said with a note of challenge in his voice. It did the trick. I will. Just you watch. I'll get this on the first try. He shot back. Even though he said the words, he didn't exactly expect to follow through. After all, who gets a jutsu on the very first try? Surely he'd make some kind of mistake. That's why Naruto was rather shocked at the results when he made the seal and channeled as much of his chakra as possible. A massive plume of smoke, most likely from using too much chakra, erupted. It was even larger and denser than what the smoke bomb had let off, though obviously white. Unlike his smoke bomb, this smoke was odorless, thankfully. As it slowly dissipated, his jaw dropped at what he saw. Not 1 or 2 or even 10 but 50 perfect copies of himself. He did it. He actually did it. Naruto felt a massive smile stretch across his face. He could feel it. This jutsu was going to change things. This is what I needed. With this, I can finally catch up. That's when the world got blurry. For some reason, he found it hard to move any of his limbs. Hell, it was hard to think. He was vaguely aware of someone saying something, but it sounded like it came from underwater. His world started spinning, and suddenly, all he knew was blackness. Chapter 5: Growing Suspicion. An inky black curtain had fallen over the Leaf Village. Tiny pinpricks of light covered the sky, and the summer moon hung low in the sky, a giant white sentinel. Its silver light poured in through the panoramic bank of windows outside the Hokage's office and mixed with the artificial yellow lights. Hiruzen sat behind his regal desk reading several documents by the electric light. His expression became increasingly disturbed the more he read. They were recent reports from Naruto's former and current teachers. The combination detailed a marked increase in his skills. Despite what Naruto himself had expressed a few months ago, it was clear even then his skills were showing a remarkable increase. Tatsuya didn't outright say it, but it was clear the man suspected Naruto was getting tutoring. Hiruzen had known the man long enough to read between the lines of his report. He couldn't help but agree with the man. Naruto had rocketed up the rankings at a rapid pace in his second year. Frankly, the only thing keeping him in second place was his abysmal grades his first year. Not to mention, one specific thing stuck in his mind. When he'd asked Naruto about the leaf-sticking exercise months ago, he'd lied about where he learned it. At the time, he wanted to dismiss it as nothing when Tatsuya first submitted the reports. He wasn't so sure that was an option. There was only one conclusion to be drawn here. Naruto was being taught by someone, and for whatever reason he didn't want people to know. There was only one person he could come up with as a suspect that had the ability and motivation to increase Naruto's skills so rapidly. Danzo Shimura. Secretly training Naruto was right in line with his old rival's MO. He couldn't allow that. He had to find out if it was true. His eyes wandered over to the line of photos on his wall. The images of the Leaf's 4 Hokages. Next to his own much younger visage was a man with messy blonde hair and blue eyes. He bore a striking resemblance to Naruto. Hiruzen couldn't help the feeling that the man watched him, judged him for how he handled Naruto's upbringing. Though he knew it was mostly just his own guilt, Hiruzen wasn't a fool. He knew that in many ways, the steps he'd taken to protect Naruto had also harmed him. The boy had to grow up alone and ignorant of his heritage. A steep P/Rice for hiding his identity, though one he felt justified. It didn't ease his mind much. Naruto had been miserable until recently, and the blame could be laid squarely on Hiruzen's shoulders. It almost made him hesitate to investigate. Almost. Danzo would ruin any chance Naruto had at being happy. But this is too far. If Danzo is training Naruto, I have to put a stop to it, yes. He owed it to Naruto and his deceased parents. He had to make sure he was okay. The whisper of displaced air broke him from his thoughts. At the same instant, a man flickered into existence in front of Hiruzen's desk. The man quickly knelt before him. "I came as soon as possible, Lord Hokage," the man said. Curly black hair framed an expressionless white mask in the shape of a crow. "At ease, Shursui," Hiruzen replied. "You can remove your mask as well." Shursui was quick to comply. He stood up and removed his mask in one smooth motion, revealing a youthful face. At only 15, Shursui was easily one of his most powerful and trustworthy ANBU. Just like his father. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. If you don't mind me asking, why did you summon me so late? Is whatever mission you have urgent?" Shursui asked. "I don't mind at all," Hiruzen said with a shake of his head. "I wouldn't say this is urgent, but it is rather important." He took a moment to gather the papers he'd been looking at together into a file folder. It also contained Naruto's other grades and reports, as well as some general information. "Tell me what you see here." He handed them to Shursui, who couldn't hide his surprise when he flipped it open and saw a picture of Naruto. The boy's eyes morphed from green to red. His Sharingan spun rapidly as he glanced through the files. It allowed him to process the information far quicker than Hiruzen had. "I'd say Naruto has made an improbable leap in skill," he answered. Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Then you should understand why I'm assigning you to tail him. I want you to find out who is training him and why. There's no time limit for this assignment, and I'll expect it to take precedent over your other mission. For now, Itachi will pick up the slack. Make sure nobody discovers you." "Understood. I'll begin tomorrow," Shursui said. "Good. That will be all for now," he replied. At the dismissal, Shursui disappeared as soon as he came. Once again, he found himself alone. Hiruzen turned around to look out his windows to gaze upon his village. It was a beautiful sight, bathed in silvery light as it was. One of the windows was cracked open to let the cool night air in. He could feel the exhaustion of the day catching up to him. His eyes felt like lead, and his joints ached terribly. Being Hokage was a stressful job, especially in times such as these. Far too stressful for someone of his age, if he was being honest. His mind wandered to the most pressing matter. The Uchiha clan. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. In hindsight, moving them into one district at the village's edge was a massive blunder. At the time, he'd gone along with it simply to appease the people in the Leaf's leadership that were suspicious of the clan following the Ninetales attack. It was a calculated risk. He'd hoped Fugaku would smooth tensions, as he always did. In the past, Fugaku had always been steadfastly loyal to the leaf. That was his biggest mistake. The forced relocation was one too many slaps to the face of the prideful man. Hopefully we can resolve this peacefully. I shudder to think of what will happen if we don't. He thought to himself. Honestly, someone else should be handling this. The Hokage seat was a young man's job. He had little choice, though, but to carry on. Neither of his remaining students had any interest in it, and nobody from the younger generations was qualified to take over. For now, I must carry on for at least a little longer. Chapter 6. A Grandfather's Tale. Enter the Nine Tails. Smoke was everywhere. A white, odorless haze had engulfed the forest around them. Not even a single shaft of sunlight could pierce the cloud. With it came a heavy feeling in the air, the feeling of his grandson's chakra. The massive wave of chakra that Naruto released was impressive. It would give most jonin pause. Madara smirked proudly. Though Naruto took after his mother far more than Minato or himself, there was no denying that he shared their latent potential even if he wasn't a traditional genius. Though that malicious tinge hidden amongst it gave him pause. An ominous chakra that was all too familiar. So, he used so much chakra the seal started to draw out the Nine-Tails chakra. Unexpected. Madara found himself very glad he'd taken the precaution to set up a barrier jutsu to prevent others from feeling the chakra used here. It highlighted the need for a more permanent and far more secluded training area. He'd realized the need after he sensed an unfamiliar Uchiha signature snooping around Naruto. Upon investigating the boy, it belonged to Shursui Uchiha. He'd learned that Sarutobi was growing suspicious. It was only a matter of time until he learned the truth, but Madara could stall it by setting up a proper training area to teach Naruto in. A problem for another day, he muttered. He smiled when he saw the look of wonder on Naruto's face as the smoke cleared. 50 clones stood in front of his grandson, far more than anybody else in the village could possibly create. It filled him with warmth to see Naruto happy. Unbidden, familiar dark thoughts bubbled to the surface. It's your fault he wasn't happy in the first place. Your schemes got his parents killed. His mind wandered. A sudden waver in Naruto's chakra caught his attention. Seconds later, the clones suddenly poofed out of existence. His eyes widened when Naruto started to sway on his feet. A spike of panic filled him. His body moved on instinct. Chakra invigorated his weary muscles and allowed him to move faster than sound. He was just in time to catch Naruto as he tipped backwards. Madara grunted at the weight in his arms. It was pathetic, really. He could barely do anything these days without reinforcing his body with chakra. The combination of his age and the period he was dead had taken their toll. A stasis seal had kept his body preserved, but at the cost of some of his life force. Soon it would be to the point he couldn't even help Naruto with taijutsu. He forced his frustration at his weakness down, and instead examined Naruto to make sure he was okay. His right hand glowed with a mint-green miasma of chakra. A quick sweep made him sigh in relief. Just a case of mild chakra exhaustion. He couldn't help but chuckle. Look at me, worrying like a mother hen. Hashirama would never let me live it down if he saw me now. It made him smile. Times like these reminded him of how much his wife's nature Naruto inherited. Even if they'd never met, she too had a way of bringing out his kindness. Better get you home, he said. Thankfully, the makeshift training ground wasn't too far from his house. The stroll was relaxing. Branches swayed in the breeze, filling the air with the rustle of leaves. He could hear squirrels chatter back and forth. Peaceful moments like this needed to be cherished. Soon after, the house came into sight around a bend in the forest path. He shifted Naruto over to his left arm so he could open the front door. Madara didn't bother to try and remove his shoes. Any dirt he tracked in could be cleaned later. He carried Naruto through the first-floor halls and upstairs to his bedroom. After he'd set him on his bed, Madara felt a frown slip onto his face as he looked at his grandson. It was fairly easy to detect the slight fluctuations between the boy's chakra and the nine-tails from the seal. Was he communicating with the fox? A twinge of worry went through his stomach. If he was, no doubt Naruto would know about the sealing. That had weighed heavily on his mind. When he first told him about his parents, he'd considered telling Naruto about the fox. Ultimately, he'd decided not to. He didn't want to burden him with too much at one time. Madara didn't regret that. It was the right decision, though he might have to suffer the cold shoulder for a while if the reaction Naruto had to Sarutobi lying to him, justified as it was, could be taken as an indicator. He'd hope not to, but if he had to endure it he would. If I must face the music, then face the music I will. I can endure any pain to protect him, he thought with resolve. His mind made up, Madara fetched a cool glass of water to place at Naruto's bedside. He pinned a note underneath it, telling his grandson he'd be waiting in the living room. Madara took one last glance at the boy as he stood in the doorway. Naruto's head rested on the pillow with a peaceful look on his face. Golden blonde hair spilled across his forehead. He looked so much like Kazuhana and Minato. One day he'd have to tell him everything. Even what he suspected was waiting out there for Naruto and his fellow Jinchuriki. But not today. That thought brought him comfort. Naruto could feel something hard underneath him, and he also had the oddest sensation of coolness that lapped at his body from below. He lay there, not quite sure what was going on. For some reason his thoughts were fuzzy and slow. Drip, drip, drip. His face scrunched in annoyance. What was that noise? It almost sounded like water. He shook his head in annoyance, only to pause at what he felt. His hair felt like it was moving under water, yet he didn't feel wet at all. Instantly, he shot up into a sitting position and his mind was on full alert. His eyes widened at what he saw. He was in a network of concrete tunnels, with an intersection not too far ahead. The area was lit with an odd golden light. Pipes ran along the ceiling and parts of the walls, interwoven in a confused jumble. Water dripped slowly from one of the pipes. That was probably where the pool he had laid in came from. The last thing I remember is training with grandfather. So, how'd I get here? Naruto slowly stood up and looked around. Every sound he made seemed to echo off the walls, and the sound of lapping water filled his ears. The constant slap of his sandals followed him everywhere. How the hell did he get to this strange place? There's no way his grandfather would let someone or something just take him to a weird place like this. So how'd he get here? A second later, he felt like chastising himself. He knew his grandfather would. The how wasn't important. I can find out how I got here later. Right now I need to find a way out and get to grandfather. The intersection up ahead seemed just as good a place to start looking for an exit as any. Naruto took a cautious step forward but stopped immediately. A deep growl echoed around him, and with it came a voice and an ominous feeling. Come, it whispered. The voice was deep and ancient, and it made his body tremble in fear. Yet he felt himself drawn towards it. Without even realizing it, Naruto began to walk towards the tunnel ahead of him on the left. In the back of his mind, he was terrified. He knew he should run. Every logical bone in his body told him to turn around and get away as fast as possible. To run away and never look back. But something was drawing him. He had to know what that voice was. As he turned the corner, Naruto saw a bright white light at the end of the hallway. He began to walk towards it until he walked right through it. The brightness of it forced him to squint. When he came out the other side, there were spots in his eyes. He had to blink rapidly to try and clear them. As they finally did, his eyes popped wide at the sight before him. He stood in a large room. The walls and ceiling stretched so far it made him feel tiny. But the most impressive thing was the cage. Directly across from him, a gigantic set of doors were set into the wall. Bars stretched from the floor almost to the top of the ceiling. On either side of the cage, there were intricate swirl patterns carved into the metal, and in the center of the two doors was a slip of paper as large as his body, with the word seal written on it in kanji. What is this place? Naruto whispered in awe. He began to walk further into the room, trying to peer into the vast darkness inside the cage. Whoosh. Who? Whoosh. That noise. It was like the breathing of some massive animal. It seemed to be coming from within that darkness. Is someone in there? Suddenly, Naruto felt a wave of malice and hatred crash down upon him. He couldn't talk. He couldn't even will himself to stay standing. Yet his body refused to fall. He was just frozen in place. The terror he felt was 10 times worse than what he had felt so many months ago when that man chased him. The blonde felt himself breaking out in a cold sweat. The pressure increased to the point he couldn't even draw breath. Naruto struggled to stay conscious. Black spots began to invade his vision. Then, finally, mercifully, the pressure lifted from him. A deep rumbling chuckle filled the room. Naruto collapsed forward onto his hands and knees, panting with his eyes still wide in shock and fear. Suddenly, that same voice that drew him there boomed out. Hee. So, my warden has finally come before me. A visibly shaken Naruto got to his feet slowly. He looked directly into the darkness. Right now, he stood just a short distance away from the cage. All he wanted to do was turn and flee in terror. The boy shook his head. He attempted to rein in his fear, managing to shift his facial features from being terrified with wide eyes to simply one of wariness. Who are you? He asked cautiously. In response, he received another deep chuckle before something terrifying happened. In the dark abyss inside the cage, two enormous crimson eyes with slit pupils shot open. A huge, gleaming white grin soon followed. The large, pointed teeth were as big as Naruto himself. Naruto took a step back in fear at the bloodthirsty grin and the almost manic glaring eyes. It was just as well that he did. For not a moment later did a huge reddish-orange paw resembling a human hand shoot forward towards him. Gleaming white claws looked to impale him. His Sharingan activated on instinct and he saw it coming as if in slow motion. Naruto threw himself backwards desperately and landed on his rear in the pool of water on the floor. Still, the claws continued to come towards him and were just about to impale him when, clang, with a resounding crash, the paw was stopped as it slammed against the bars of the cage. One of the deadly claws stopped just inches away from Naruto's face. If the blonde hadn't thrown himself backwards, he would have been impaled on it. Looking up at the owner of the paw with eyes wide in shock, Naruto gulped in fear as he saw a vision of terror. The shadows in the cage crawled backwards to reveal a beast of nightmares. Standing there looking at him with a menacing grin and one paw attempting to impale him was a giant reddish-orange fox with a human-like torso and rabbit-like ears. Jet-black markings extended from its eyes into the inside of its ears. Behind it waved 9 giant tails that seemed to have a mind of their own. He was standing in front of the 9-tailed fox, the greatest calamity to ever befall the Leaf Village, and it was glaring at him fiercely. Unconsciously, Naruto activated his Sharingan. The increased perception let him make out every individual hair on the fox's body. Look at you, little whelp, standing before me with those eyes. To think you would be from that damn Uchiha clan. It growled. For his part, Naruto was frozen in shock and fear. It felt like someone had poured ice water into his veins. It took several moments for him to register what the fox said, and even longer formulate a reply. Why, you're the 9-tails. Where are we? What the heck do you know about my clan? Naruto asked, shaky at first, but stronger and more confused at the end. In response, the 9-tails removed its claw from the cage door. It laid down and growled at the boy. The 9-tails growled, causing Naruto to look up at it once more. The fox snarled in fury when Naruto met its eyes. Turn those infernal things off, before I find a way to rip them from your skull and make jam from them to spread on crackers. It snarled in annoyance, its tails whipping about in agitation. Naruto gulped in fear. For a second, he felt a flash of anger. He thought about defying the fox, just to be petty. Ultimately, cooler heads prevailed, and he decided not antagonizing a giant incarnation of rage was the better option. He cut the flow of chakra from his eyes and felt his vision shift back to normal. Shakily, he looked back up at the 9-tails, still having questions for the ancient entity, like where the heck they were and what the beast was doing there. For a few minutes, everything was silent, until he finally worked up the nerve to speak to the being once more. He chose his words carefully so as not to upset it. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I've got some questions. Where are we? And what did you mean when you called me your warden? More import, how are you here? All the stories say my father killed you, Naruto asked cautiously. As soon as the last sentence left his mouth, Naruto knew he touched a nerve. Instantly, the fox once more tried to impale him, slamming its hand-like paw into the bars again. It snarled in fury, trying in vain to get to the blonde. "Kill me?" The great Ninetails killed by a lowly human. The Ninetails roared in fury, causing him to cower slightly from the sheer might of its rage. Even though his father was his hero, he didn't dare try to talk back to the chakra being. After a moment, the fox seemed to regain its composure, but with the malicious snarl still in place. When next it spoke, it was much calmer with a touch of arrogance. "Please, that blonde bastard barely managed to seal me away with the help of your pathetic mother. The mere notion of him being able to kill me is laughable," the fox told him. That flash of anger bubbled up. He hated hearing the fox badmouth his parents. If this were before he met his grandfather, he'd be ranting and raving right back. His training had taught him differently. Now wasn't the time to let his emotions get the best of him. He had to focus. There were more important questions, like what the fox was talking about when it mentioned a ceiling. Naruto didn't know much about ceiling, only what his gramps had told him. His grandfather hadn't taught him much either. But if the Ninetails was sealed in something, there was no way he should be able to be face-to-face with it. "If you're sealed away, how can I be talking to you? How'd I get in a seal?" he asked. To his surprise, the chakra entity seemed to find this amusing. Its dark chuckles filled the boiler room, as it replied with a malicious smirk. He got a sick feeling, like somehow, he already knew what the fox would say. "Foolish little boy. I called you my warden. Are you too stupid to realize what those two things mean?" the fox taunted. "The reason you are my warden, and the reason you can be here, the very reason you are shunned by the people of your village, is because your beloved father sealed me inside of you," said the Ninetails with a twisted grin. It seemed that the fox took a bit of glee in Naruto's pain. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, as the booming echoes of the Ninetails' hate-filled mirth reverberated through the room and through his body. A sick feeling settled into his stomach as the words sunk in. It made horrifying sense. The reason everyone ignored him or glared at him. Why, when he used to describe people that were particularly mean to him to Gramps, they would disappear. All because he had the Ninetails sealed in him the day he was born, by his father no less. He felt like crying. Whether in relief or sadness, he didn't know. He had to fight off the prickling sensation around his eyes. It took him several minutes to recover his faculties. That's when he remembered the fox's reaction to seeing his Sharingan. It had been so visceral. Why was that? "I might as well get as much information as I can. Now that I know I'm in seal, there's not much else to worry about." He could deal with the other ramifications of the revelation later. "Hey, why do you hate the Sharingan and the Uchiha so much?" At first it seemed like the fox would refuse to answer. The silence stretched for near a minute. Finally, it was broken with a resigned huff from the monster. "I see the village hasn't seen fit to teach children about how I came into their possession, and your grandfather hasn't mentioned his role either," the fox growled. Naruto's eyes widened. His grandfather? "Those filthy monkey eyes have been used to control me twice by members of your damned clan. First by your grandfather when he fought the first Hokage. That led to me being sealed in my first container. The second one was the night I was released from my second container, your mother, on the night you were born," it answered. There was a certain sadistic glee in its eyes at the end. He felt his stomach drop. His mother had the Ninetails before him? It wasn't just Gramps that had lied to him. His grandfather had too. There was no way he didn't know about it. He'd told Naruto everything else about the night of his birth. Naruto didn't believe he didn't know about the fox for a second. There had to be a good reason, he assured himself. That didn't help much. This was something he'd have to deal with when he got out of here. Speaking of which, how did he get in the seal? Unfortunately, there was only one person to ask right now. "Hey, Ninetails, how'd I end up here?" he asked. The fox snorted. Thankfully, the fox decided to grace him with an answer. "TCH, you ended up here from your own stupidity, pathetic human. When you tried that shadow clone jutsu, you used too much chakra and the seal automatically started to supply my own. That drew you to this mental representation of the seal when you lost consciousness." Naruto nodded slowly. That made sense. Sort of. Okay, he didn't totally follow what the fox said, though he got the gist of it. He'd used too much chakra and knocked himself out. He was going to ask another question, but he began to feel a strange sensation. It felt like he was being pulled from his spot, yet not in any direction. His form began fading. Naruto looked down at his rapidly disappearing hands in worry. "What's happening?" he asked in a panicked tone. It was mostly rhetorical. Seeing the panic, the fox snorted in amusement, resting its head in its palm in a bored fashion. "Oh, settle down, foolish boy. Your body is simply awakening from its forced nap," the fox chuckled. He didn't have a chance to respond before he faded completely. His eyes snapped open to be greeted by the now familiar ceiling of his bedroom at his grandfather's house. It only took a second for him to figure out what happened. His grandfather must have brought him here when he passed out. The room was slightly dark. A dappled pattern of orange light covered the bedroom wall across from him, and he could hear the sounds of crickets chirping. Definitely almost night. He hoped that meant he'd only been out for a few hours. It would be hard to explain missing school on just his second day. Though honestly, that was only a slight concern. His mind was still consumed with what he'd learned from the fox. Naruto sighed heavily. It felt like the most massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He finally knew why all the adults seemed either weary or outright hostile towards him. Why none of the parents wanted their kids to play with him. It didn't make it better, but at least he knew. His lips twisted in a frown. Naruto cringed as he felt how dry they felt. For that matter, his mouth was tacky and filled with a disgusting taste. He hated that feeling. "I should go get some water," he thought. The wooden bed frame creaked as he sat up and swung his legs out to the side. He blinked with disbelief when he saw a piece of paper on his nightstand along with a glass of water. "You'll probably wish to talk when you wake up. I'll be in the living room." Naruto smirked. That was just like the old man to predict what he planned before it even happened. No reason to keep him waiting, he thought. He grabbed the glass of water and downed it in a few greedy gulps. The cool sensation as it went down his parched throat made him sigh with relief. Madara was right where the note said he'd be. The orange glow of the setting sun spilled through the paper screen door and threw the room into a stark contrast of light and shadows. His grandfather was sitting in the same place he had so many months ago when he saved Naruto. It was hard to believe it hadn't been that long ago. He found it hard to suppress the anger that wanted to bubble up. He had to have a good reason. That was the hope he clung to. "Please sit down," Madara said. He gestured to the spot on the tatami mat in front of him. It crossed his mind to be petulant and refuse. After all, why should he listen to anything his grandfather said until he had answers? The slightest narrowing of his grandfather's eyes persuaded him otherwise. He sat down on a pillow with a huff and scowled at Madara. "You lied to me," he said coldly. Probably didn't have the effect he wanted, what with his squeaky child's voice. That just made him scowl even more. "I'm afraid I don't recall such an occurrence." "Maybe you're misremembering," Madara said with a challenging look. It was like he was trying to send a message with his eyes. Naruto got it loud and clear. "I can be petty as well, stop being childish." That didn't dissuade him. "You didn't mention the Nine Tails when you told me about how my parents died," he growled. His grandfather gave him a heavy-lidded stare. "Omitting the full story isn't lying," he countered. Naruto's jaw clenched. He was about to tear into his grandfather, but the old man held up a hand. Then he said softly, "Easy. I'm sorry. By your reaction, I assume you accidentally contacted the Nine Tails as I predicted, and have learned it's sealed inside you." His grandfather asked. Naruto nodded as confirmation. Madara sighed. "I see. Then I suppose I'll start with why I didn't mention it that day," he said. Naruto leaned forward unconsciously. There was a certain tension in his body. "The truth is, I was afraid to overwhelm you with too much life-altering information at once. Considering you aren't ready to learn to control it, and the other things I told you, I thought it might be too much." His eyes met Naruto's, trying to convey his sincerity. He deflated at the emotion he saw in his grandfather's eyes. It was like all the righteous anger had been knocked out of him. "How much did it tell you?" Madara asked. "A bit. Mostly about the other people he was sealed in," he answered. The old man gave a slight nod. Ah, the previous Jinchuriki. Mito and your mother, he said. Jinchuriki? The word sounded odd to Naruto. He'd never heard it before. His confusion must have been evident, because Madara quickly clarified. Jinchuriki is what people like you, those with tailed beasts sealed inside them, are called. There are others? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. How had he never heard of such a thing? Indeed, there are 8 others. 1 for each of the tailed beasts. They are spread amongst the 5 major villages. Hashirama distributed all but the one-tails following his defeat of me at the valley. His hope was to maintain peace by keeping the power balanced after his wife, Mito, sealed the 9 tails in herself to stop me from using it. His grandfather explained. Naruto nodded in understanding. It sort of made sense. One question still burned in his mind, though. Something that had been nagging him since he talked to the 9 tails. How had it gotten out of his mother to go on a rampage? The fox had mentioned another Uchiha controlling it. Did he have something to do with that? He had to know. Naruto looked at his grandfather as serious as possible. How did the fox get out of my mom? He asked. His grandfather gave him a searching look. It took him a few moments to answer. According to Uki, Naruto had to muffle a laugh at the name. Who was Uki? The name Hashirama's clone insisted it be called. A masked man attacked minutes after you were born. He took the 9 tails and controlled it with the Sharingan to attack the village. Your father managed to drive him off, but by that time the fox was already laying waste to the village. With little time, and your mother too weak to have it sealed in her again, he had no choice. He had to make the decision to seal it into you, his grandfather said. As he spoke, he gripped the cloth of his robe so tightly his knuckles turned white. He sat stunned for several seconds. His body and mind felt numb. There was a vague buzzing in his ears. At first, the meaning of the words didn't sink in. The implication was overwhelming. There was someone out there who could control tailed beasts, possibly an Uchiha. His first instinct was that they needed to tell somebody about this. He had to shake his head. For some reason, he felt a little dizzy. Was it just him? Or was it a little hot? No, that wasn't important. Maybe I could somehow tell GRA. Naruto, calm down, Madara said urgently. His firm hand on Naruto's shoulder brought him back to reality. He looked at his grandfather with confusion. Calm down. What did his grandfather mean? He was fine. That's when he actually took stock of himself. Naruto was shocked to realize he was shivering. His breath came out in choked gasps, and he could feel a hot flush across his body. What happened? He asked in confusion. You had a panic attack. I suppose learning about that man was a bit too much. His grandfather explained kindly. Naruto could only nod numbly. He'd never had a panic attack before. Naruto, I need you to listen carefully. You can't tell anyone about that man. Not until I say so. That made him stare at his grandfather in confusion. What the heck was he talking about? Huh, he said eloquently. Madara sighed and brushed a hand through his short white hair. There are some things I haven't told you, Naruto. Things about my past. I need you to trust me on this. For now, it's imperative you don't tell anyone about that man. Before you can even think about doing something about those things, you'll have to be much stronger. I'll explain more when I think you're ready to handle it, he said. His words jarred Naruto to his core. For his grandfather to act so nervous about something, what could it possibly be? He couldn't help the sense of foreboding that sent a shiver down his spine. He'd always viewed his training with his grandfather as just something fun. Something they did to help him reach his dreams and learn about his family. Now he was faced with a realization he hadn't considered. It was also to prepare him to defend himself and others. The visage of that dark-skinned man bearing down on him flashed through his mind. Metal flying through the air. A warm spray of blood across his arm. Yes, there was more to training than just fun. Between that realization and the knowledge of the 9 tails, it almost felt like a new and immense weight was pressing down on his soul. Are you okay? Naruto jumped at his grandfather's voice, even as gentle as it was. He'd been so caught up in his thoughts he completely forgot about him. I guess, just thinking, he answered quietly. He tried to smile, but it was half-hearted at best. Clearly, his grandfather wasn't convinced. There was a slight frown on his grandfather's face. I suppose it's only natural. You've had some serious subjects dumped on you. Madara mused. It was quiet for several moments. In the silence, he could hear some of the animals in the forest going about their business. Birds' song rang back and forth, and crickets had started to chirp. Finally, his grandfather broke the silence by suddenly standing with a loud clap. The resounding crack of his palms meeting almost made Naruto jump in surprise. Well, I think that's enough thinking about serious things. I know just the thing to cheer you up, a treat as it were, for doing so well at learning shadow clones, he declared. Naruto blinked up at the old man. There was an uncharacteristically enthusiastic grin on his wrinkled face. It made him look a lot younger than his 95 years. Unconsciously, he found himself smiling back. A treat? He asked. His grandfather nodded. Yes, a treat. But first, dinner. You'll need your energy. He could hardly sit still during dinner. Leftover curried chicken from the night before, reheated in the oven. As with all his grandfather's food, it was really good. It had taken a while for Naruto to get to the hot spices of the curry. The combination of cumin, chili, coriander, and ginger had made his mouth burn so bad the first time. Naruto almost thought his taste buds were shot. Today he barely felt it. After their plates had been picked clean and left in the sink to soak, his grandfather led him down the hall and around the corner to a small training hall. It was a relatively new addition, made using the wood style. Naruto couldn't help but marvel at how easily his grandfather could modify the house using it. Naruto rose an eyebrow when his grandfather took a seat on the raised platform that ran alongside the wooden floor. Come sit. We're only in here so there's extra room. His grandfather explained. That just made him any more curious. What could he possibly be learning that was safe to do inside the house? Despite his confusion, he didn't hesitate to take a seat in front of his grandfather. Madara gave him a slight grin, his eyes twinkling mischievously. You've been hounding me for quite some time about when we'd get to you bloodlines. I think it's about time we did that, he said. His eyes widened in delight when his grandfather reached into his robes and produced a few cubes of silvery metal. The cubes made a click-cling sound as they bumped together in Madara's palm. The magnet style? You're gonna teach me the magnet style? Naruto asked excitedly. Indeed. For now, we'll start off small. Once you're more used to it, we'll work on doing more. What you did when that man attacked you was pure instinct. You have to learn how to control metal intentionally. Madara said. That managed to dampen his spirits a slight bit. Thinking of the day he'd first used his bloodline reminded Naruto of his earlier thoughts. He frowned lightly. You said this was a reward. But after earlier, I thought you were trying to teach me that my training wasn't just about fun, he said. His grandfather smiled at him softly and gave a slight shake of his head. It's true your training is serious, but it's okay to enjoy it, Naruto. After all, you're a child. The entire reason Hashirama and I created this village was so children could enjoy youth and learn without throwing away their lives in war, he said firmly. Always remember, you should seize every ounce of enjoyment you can from life. So, cheer up. Naruto nodded hesitantly. Madara held his gaze for several seconds. There was a playful scowl on his face. He couldn't help it. The silly expression made him giggle. His stomach filled with a pleasant pressure as he laughed. The old man gave a chuckle of his own and ruffled Naruto's hair playfully with his other hand. Good. Now that I've got that through your thick skull, let's begin, he said. Naruto's protest at the slight went completely ignored. I know the basics of how to use magnet style thanks to my conversations with your grandmother and seeing it used. These chakra metal cubes should make your first attempt easier. Hold out your hands. He did as asked and put his hands out. His grandfather tipped the cubes into his cupped palms. The metal was cool to the touch and had a slight weight to them. They must have been fairly dense. So what now? He asked eagerly. Channel your chakra into your hands. Magnet style is a combination of wind and earth. Try to feel the metal. Feel the small grains that make it up. You have to will them to move so fast they make a magnetic charge. There should be a slight tingle to the chakra. It might help to recall how it felt when you first used it, Madara said. Naruto nodded at the directions. Though his brow furrowed slightly, he wasn't exactly sure how to make a magnetic charge. His best bet was probably trying that last part. How did that feel again? He closed his eyes and tried to recall that day. The feeling that had flooded him. A greater tingling than he usually felt from his chakra. That sensation of it wanting to push and pull at once. He lost himself in it. Naruto wasn't sure how long it was, but eventually he started to get it. Push and pull. Yes, that was it. Magnets pushed and pulled to cling together or propel away from each other. He tried to imagine it as he channeled his chakra. As his chakra saturated the metal cubes, Naruto felt them hum. Just as his grandfather said, he could feel the metal grains. He could control them, make them move at will. His eyes opened slowly to the sight of the metal cubes floating off his palm. With a mere thought, he tried to make them move around. The cubes began to orbit slowly above his hand. A grin stretched across his face. He'd done it. You certainly are unpredictable. One moment you struggle to control your chakra, the next you're getting complex jutsu on the first try. His grandfather said. There was a touch of admiration. It made Naruto blush. He could feel a warmth spread through him. Was this what it felt like when the other kids' parents were proud of him? He couldn't help but think it must have been. As he played with the cubes, making them do tricks and sweep around each other, Naruto suddenly felt a shiver go down his neck. His mind clouded over slightly, like a distracting thought was dancing at the edge of his thoughts. It almost felt like a mental itch he couldn't scratch, or somebody poking you incessantly while you tried to ignore them. The sensation was enough to break his concentration and send the cubes to the ground with a dull thunk. "Ah man, I had it, you know?" he exclaimed. "What the heck was that? Hee. Looks like there's room for improvement." Madara chuckled. Naruto shot the old man a dirty look. That just seemed to amuse him more. Eventually, he ended up joining him in his mirth. The odd sensation was driven from his thoughts. It wasn't important for now. All that mattered was that, in that moment, he was glad to have his grandfather. For the first time, he truly started to embrace the idea of being happy. This is what it's like to have family. Chapter 7. A talented duo, the friendship deepens. A pained gasp tore from his lips. The dull thump of bone on flesh was accompanied by some pain in his upper arm. Naruto grinned at his opponent. Her raven black bangs stuck to her forehead as she grinned back. There were a few scuff marks on her clothes. She slowly lowered her leg back to the ground. "Nice one. Try this on for size," he growled. His hands formed the clone seal and two illusion copies of him appeared at his side. Together they dashed at SASUKE. Naruto himself went for a sweeping kick. She didn't hesitate to react. A small hop took her over his kick, and she aimed for one of her own. He had to suppress his grin. Exactly what he wanted. Unbeknownst to her, he'd put his hands in the snake seal. 1 second he was on the ground, the next he found himself behind her as her foot came down on a log. "What they?" Naruto pounced and twisted her arm behind her back with his left hand, while with his right he brought a wooden kunai up to her neck. SASUKE let out a high-pitched scream of surprise, not that he'd dare mention it. "Looks like this is my win," he gloated. "Ha! Could have fooled me," she replied through grit teeth. 1 second he had a hold of her. The next Naruto found himself grasping uselessly at the air. The next thing he knew, Sasuke's leg was swinging into his stomach. He barely managed to hold in his breakfast as he doubled over. She followed up the kick by grabbing him into a guillotine and falling back to the ground. Her legs quickly wrapped around his midsection, and he felt the point of her own practice weapon dig sharply into his armpit. The pressure on his neck made it hard to breathe. Black spots started to show up in his vision. He scraped at the ground desperately to try and get some traction. No such luck. "Yield?" she asked. "Yes," he gasped. As soon as she released him, he tumbled off to the side onto his back. He gulped in greedy breaths of air as he looked at the mostly cloudless blue sky with the sun beating down. It wasn't quite as hot as it would be in a couple months, but it was still hot. His shirt stuck to him unpleasantly from several hours' worth of training. He turned his head to the side and gave Sasuke an impressed look. "Man, that was crazy. How'd you learn to do a seal-less replacement jutsu?" Irika-sensei only taught it to us a couple weeks ago. He asked. Oh, well, it's no big deal. I got a little help from my brother, she said dismissively. Since he'd met her, Naruto had heard a lot about Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke's older brother was said to be a once-in-a-generation prodigy. He'd graduated the academy in a year and was already a captain in the Umbu Black Ops. He somewhat doubted Itachi was a better teacher than his grandfather, though. Not that Sasuke knew that. Still, that's super impressive. I thought it was good I got it down to the last hand seal. Naruto insisted with a shake of his head. In his head he added, not to mention I had shadow clones. Sasuke's cheeks turned slightly pink. He heard her mumble a quiet, thank you. Naruto grinned to himself. It had been a month since he met her, and today was the first time they'd trained together. Last night he was so excited it was hard to get to sleep. Before this, they'd mostly hung out at lunch and talked about their lives. Though obviously there were a lot of things he omitted. For a while, they just laid on the ground and looked up at the sky. A few lazy white clouds drifted through a wide sea of deep blue color. He could feel the sun's hot rays slowly scorching his skin. Noon wasn't that far off. With summer fast approaching, no doubt it would be getting much hotter. Finally, he sat up with a sigh. Well, I should probably get going. I gotta go wash up and get lunch, he said. As he stood up, he offered a hand to Sasuke. She took it with a grateful smile, and he helped pull her up. To his surprise, she gave him a nervous look. Actually, about lunch. My mom wanted me to invite you over for lunch, she said. Naruto was stunned by the offer. Took him a few moments to process it. Sasuke must have taken his silence as a for hesitance because she quickly added, not that you have to, if not it's fine. No, I'd love to. I just gotta go get washed up first. You know? He said quickly, a huge smile stretching his face, although he held back a wince at his verbal tick. It was so uncool. Sasuke smiled back at him and said, oh good, I'll meet you back here in a bit then. Say, a half hour. Naruto nodded eagerly. He gave a quick goodbye and dashed away. After all, he had to get ready. This would be the first time he got to go over to a friend's house. The thought filled him with both excitement and dread. Obviously, he was excited he was actually getting to do what other people did, but at the same time he couldn't help but be nervous. What if Sasuke's parents didn't know who he was, and when they saw him they acted how the rest of the adults did? That thought twisted his stomach into knots. It would be devastating. He shook his head. I can't think about that. Things are turning around. Gotta think more positive, you know? A nervous tension filled him as he followed Sasuke through the Uchiha district. His hair was still slightly damp from his shower. With only a half hour, he'd opted to shower and change his clothes in his now seldom used apartment. When she saw him, Sasuke raised her eyebrow at him. What's with the clothes? She asked. Unbidden, Naruto felt his cheeks heat up slightly. He'd decided to wear a slightly fancy black kimono-style shirt his grandfather had given him. It had the Uzumaki crest on the breasts. He'd also put on a pair of black shinobi pants since his shorts didn't really go with it. It was a stark contrast to his usual simple shirt and shorts and the similar outfits Sasuke wore. Well, I wanted to make a good impression, he said uncomfortably. This is the first time I'm going to a friend's house, and I know your father is the head of your clan. I figured it would be best to dress a bit nicer, he explained. Honestly, he was slightly worried about this. He didn't want to give Sasuke's parents any more reason than they might already have to dislike him. Luckily, Sasuke accepted his reasoning with a simple shrug and started to lead him through the village. At a walking pace, it took a little while to get there. The Uchiha district was on the outskirts of the village. He was surprised to see all of the buildings seemed to be relatively new. The streets were laid out in an orderly grid, and the streets were lined with smooth gray stones. Two-story houses were arranged right next to each other in long rows, while he could see a few storefronts along a market street. A tall wall circled the entire sector, like those pictures he'd seen of fancy castles. When he asked Sasuke about it, she just shrugged. The clan moved here after the Ninetales attack. This was one of the parts that got totally destroyed, so all the buildings were rebuilt. She'd explained. The sight of the clan going about its business brought a smile to his face. He could see mothers going about their shopping with young children. They passed a particular shop run by a kindly old couple who greeted Sasuke warmly. At one point, they passed a couple members of the Leaf Village military police, who surveyed the street with stern gazes. The symbol of the organization, an Uchiha crest inside a bluish-gray shuriken, stood out on their shoulders. Finally, Sasuke led him into the entranceway to a two-story home. There was a small wooden fence that separated a thin stretch of lawn from the street. A tall woman stood in the entranceway in a lavender dress and yellow apron. She looked strikingly similar to Sasuke, with fair skin and long, raven black hair. An aura of warmth radiated from her kind black eyes. He was slightly thrown off when she smiled upon seeing him. Naruto had halfway been expecting her to frown. She even bent down slightly to greet him. "Hello there. You must be Sasuke's new friend. That's a very handsome shirt," she said kindly. She had a soft, sweet voice. Much different than Sasuke, who was a bit of a tomboy. Took him a moment to respond. At first he was tongue-tied by the fact she not only greeted him so kindly but gave him a compliment. Did Sasuke's mom not recognize him? He shook it off though. Thank you. My name's Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, you know?" he answered. It was impossible to hold back a wince at his familiar verbal tick. An odd look passed across Makoto's face. It was almost like she was happy, but sad at the same time. He found it hard to describe. Did she recognize him? So why wasn't she tense like other adults? It was way too confusing. Her response shook him from his thoughts. "Likewise, my name is Makoto. I'm Sasuke's mother. Why don't you come inside?" she said. He and Sasuke followed Makoto inside. They took off their shoes at the entry step and then went around a corner into a hallway lined with traditional paper screen doors. The house almost seemed like a maze. Narrow hallways were branched off one another, and there was even a staircase to the second story. As they walked, Makoto talked to them over her shoulder. "So, how was training you too?" she asked. Beside him, Sasuke smiled excitedly. He could almost feel her vibrating with excitement. "It was really cool. We did some sparring to get used to using the jutsu Irika-sensei is teaching us in a fight," she said. As she spoke, they turned into a room with tatami mats on the floor. Off to the side, there was a kitchen with a smooth wooden counter, and directly across from them was an open paper screen door looking out on a wooden porch with a small yard. In the middle of the room was a low table with several dishes of food set out. A wise choice. Naruto jumped in surprise at the subdued voice that came from behind them. When he spun around, he met the gaze of an older boy with long, dull black hair that framed his face. The pronounced tear troughs on his face gave it a serious and mature look. "Greetings. My name is Itachi, Sasuke's older brother," he said. His smile helped to lessen how intimidating he might otherwise have been. He opened his mouth to answer in kind, but Sasuke interrupted him with an excited exclamation. "Itachi, you actually came for lunch? I thought you had some special mission," she said. "Of course I made it," Itachi said with a chuckle. "I finished my mission early. After all, how could I miss meeting your new friend?" So this was the big brother Sasuke always talked about. He could see why she held him in such high regard. Even though Itachi appeared pleasant enough, Naruto could tell from the way he carried himself he was an experienced shinobi. He offered Itachi a slight incline of his head. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he said. Makoto stepped forward with a smile. She greeted her son with a light hug, then turned back towards them. "Well, I'm not sure if my husband will make it. His job as head of the military police and clan head keeps him busy. He told me we should start without him if he wasn't here in time," she said. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto caught Sasuke's slight frown. Clearly she wasn't happy about her father not being there. Based on the way she quickly accepted it, he assumed this was a fairly common. As they sat down, Naruto felt his mouth water slightly at the delicious smells of the food. Makoto had whipped up a veritable feast. In the center was a large wok filled with fried soba. Around it were smaller dishes filled with steamed vegetables, beef, and even pan-fried rice cakes. There was a bowl and small plate in front of each of them with chopsticks, with one spot at the head of the table left empty. "Help yourself to whatever you like," Makoto said with a smile. Clearly, this was fairly normal for Itachi and Sasuke. Both of them reached over with their chopsticks to start dishing noodles into their bowls. Naruto watched in amusement as Sasuke proceeded to load her bowl with what seemed like a third of the grilled tomatoes. As an afterthought, it seemed, she added several pieces of beef. He'd learned that tomatoes were her favorite food rather quickly after seeing how much they featured in her boxed lunches. Itachi, meanwhile, just added vegetables and completely ignored the beef. "Don't be shy, Naruto, dig in," Makoto insisted. She had already gotten a modest bowl of noodles and toppings for herself, with one of the rice cakes to the side. At the invitation, he quickly started to load up his own bowl with noodles and beef, before adding a few token vegetables. Mostly so his grandfather didn't scold him later if he found out. He also grabbed one of the rice cakes. As he bit into his first bite of noodles and beef, Naruto had to hold back a pleased groan. It was delicious. He thought his grandfather was a good cook. But Makoto blew him out of the water. "So Naruto, if I remember right, you're new to Sasuke's class. How are you handling the transition?" Itachi asked after a few moments. Naruto was slightly surprised, but quickly swallowed his bite and answered, "Pretty good. Last year I didn't do that good. But this year I put a lot of time into studying and training. I want to be the best in class," he said confidently. Sasuke gave him a teasing grin from her spot next to Itachi across from him. "Oh yeah? Well, you have a ways to go to beat me, and I'm not just going to roll over," she said. He met Sasuke's gaze with a taunting look of his own. A silent challenge passed between them. They both knew what it meant. Both would prepare even more for their next joint training session. The tension was broken by the sound of Makoto's laughter. "It seems you've found a rival, Sasuke. I'm glad. Rivals help you push yourself harder. They also make great friends," Makoto said. Sasuke gave a giant smile at her mother's words. "Did you have a rival, Mom?" she asked. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, you were a kunoichi?" he asked. It was hard to picture the demure housewife as a kunoichi, especially considering the tales he'd heard about the Third Shinobi War. He saw Sasuke's eyes gleam across the table, full of excitement. "Mom was one of the best kunoichi this clan had," she exclaimed. "She's one of the only women to awaken the Sharingan in her generation. I want to be just like her when I graduate." The pride in her voice was blatant when she spoke about her mother. Clearly, Makoto was her hero, just like his father and grandfather were his. It made Naruto smile. Even Itachi wore a wider smile than he had been. As for Makoto, the loving look she gave Sasuke as she set her hand on her head made him feel a slight pang. Was this what it was like to have a mother? It made him more aware than ever of what he missed out on. "I'm glad to inspire you," she said. There was a wide smile on her face. "As for your question, I did have a rival when I was a kunoichi. She was a few years younger than me, but we competed fiercely as genin. Eventually we became good friends. She was quite the spitfire, though eventually she mellowed out." As she spoke about her rival, there was a palpable fondness in Makoto's voice. "How come I've never met her?" Sasuke asked curiously. Naruto witnessed Makoto's eyes dim for a moment, and her face tightened. She gave a rather sad smile. "Unfortunately, she passed away during the Nine Tails attack," she answered. Naruto felt his throat tighten up. It was a reminder of what exactly the attack had cost. Even his own parents. "I guess I can kinda understand people not liking me, even if it's not fair," he thought. The more people he talked to about that night, the realer the losses became. It was well enough to read of the death toll, but when you were faced with people talking about it, those deaths became far more real to him. The mood was somber for a few moments. It was Makoto that finally spoke up. There was warmth in her voice again when she spoke. It helped to raise his own spirits. "Well, enough sad subjects. I want to get to know your new friend more," she said cheerfully. "Tell me, Naruto, we already heard Sasuke's goal, but what's yours?" she asked. Besides Sasuke, Itachi nodded. "Indeed, I'm curious what drives you as well." He was glad for the change in subjects and answered readily. Sasuke herself had a large grin. She'd heard of his dream in class. "That's easy. I want to be Hokage," he declared. He was slightly confused by the knowing look Itachi and Mikoto shared. It was that odd look she had given him earlier, like they were happy and sad at the same time. The mother gave him an encouraging smile. "Hokage, that's quite the goal. You'll have to work very hard," she said. Naruto felt a huge grin stretch his face. She hadn't denied his dream. Mikoto was only the third adult to do that. It filled him with a warm feeling to have Sasuke's mother encourage him. He stayed there for quite a while and learned more about the Uchiha family. When he left, he felt even closer to Sasuke. It's awesome to have friends. Later that week, Naruto received an unexpected surprise. He'd been sitting at his desk in his room doing homework when his grandfather had popped his head in through the door and asked to meet him in the basement. A little irked, but curious, he'd created a shadow clone to continue in his place and proceeded through the wooden halls and down the steps to the basement. The only illumination came from several electric fixtures in the ceiling. Light bounced off the polished wooden walls, providing an even lighting. On either side of the room, the walls were lined with shelves filled to the brim with books and scrolls. Curiously, found his grandfather standing in front of a rather large closet on the wall opposite the staircase he could have sworn wasn't there before. "What's this?" he asked in confusion. His grandfather gave him a mysterious smirk. He pulled open the door to the closet and motioned into the dark space. "You'll see momentarily. Now step inside," he said. Naruto gave him a weird look, but nonetheless stepped past him and into the closet. It was even larger than he thought, around 8 feet by 8 feet. For some reason, there was another door on the other side of the room. His grandfather stepped in behind him. The door closed with a soft click, and they were plunged into semi-darkness. It didn't last long, as his grandfather quickly flipped a switch on the wall, and a small electric light clicked on overhead. By this point, Naruto was thoroughly confused. "What are we doing?" The room gave a shudder, and he felt like his heart leapt into his throat when he felt it start to move downwards. He almost lost his footing and had to cling to one of the walls for support. "What the hell?" he asked hysterically. That earned him a pop on the head from his grandfather's cane. "Language," Madara said. He shot a scowl and grumbled under his breath. How was he supposed to act when an entire room started moving? He shifted uncomfortably and resigned himself to waiting for the room to stop moving. It seemed to take forever, though in reality it was probably only a minute at most. The room slowed down and came to a stop with the slightest jerk. While Naruto was still gaining his bearings, his grandfather stepped forwards and gripped the handle of the second door. He looked over his shoulder at Naruto with a quirked eyebrow. "Well, are you coming?" he asked. Without another word, he opened the door and stepped outside. Naruto was left staring at his back. What in the world was going on? There was really only one way to find out. With a deep breath, Naruto followed his grandfather through the door. His jaw dropped at the sight that met his eyes. Rugged stone walls rose around them. They stretched upwards to a dark abyss. On one side, a babbling waterfall cascaded lightly into a large pool of crystal-clear water that seemed to glow with an inner light due to a shaft of sunlight that shone down from a small ventilation shaft. The rest of the cave was lit by several electric lights anchored to the walls. Naruto's head spun in wonder at it. He turned to his grandfather with a dumbfounded expression. He was met with a familiar smirk. "Welcome to our new training area," he said. Madara swept his arm out in a grand gesture. He gaped in open awe at the massive cave. He could see several different kinds of terrain, no doubt meant for different types of training. There was even a section with trees. It was truly a massive space, probably big enough to fit 5 of the academy buildings inside. "Whoa! It's hard to believe this is all underneath your house," Naruto exclaimed. "I'm glad you like it. I've spent quite some time creating this space and placing the seals to keep others from sensing what happens here," he said. Naruto nodded in understanding. They were now a month into his shadow clone training. While his physical skills had increased, somewhat helped by a growth spurt that made him one of the tallest in his class, the rest had stagnated as they were limited in what they could work on. Thankfully, his training with Sasuke and their growing friendship made up for the slowing of his progress. With a space like this, though, that wouldn't be a concern. "So, what are we doing today, Grandpa?" asked Naruto, barely controlling the urge to bounce eagerly. His grandfather had hinted that he was learning something special the day before. The last time that happened, he'd learned the shadow clone jutsu. Madara gave him a familiar smirk. The old man seemed to enjoy keeping him on tenterhooks. Considering how hard you've been working, as a treat I thought that I'd make the first thing I teach you here something special to our clan. He explained. Today I'll be teaching you the fireball jutsu. Instantly a wide smile spread across Naruto's face, eyes wide with wonder. Ever since he'd devoted himself to focusing more on his academics, he'd taken an interest in history, especially the history of the Uchiha clan. He knew the fireball jutsu was considered a rite of passage. Excitement began to well up inside him. Really? You're going to teach me the fireball jutsu? He asked excitedly. His grandfather's smirk settled into a warm smile. He reached over and playfully ruffled Naruto's hair. Yes, now come, I will show you how to perform it, then it is up to you to master. This is one jutsu you can't use your Sharingan to learn. It must be learned on your own. Madara replied. He led Naruto over to the pond. There was a small traditional wooden bridge that arched over the pond. The wood creaked as their feet thumped across the boards. Naruto followed his grandfather eagerly. Finally, they stopped at the very center of the bridge. His grandfather dropped his cane. He turned to Naruto and said, "When performing this technique, you must first knead the chakra inside your body, turning it into fire, and then perform the hand seals. And finally, release the fire through your mouth. Pay close attention." Naruto nodded and fixed his attention solely on his grandfather. Madara was performing the hand seals slowly so that he could follow them. And that's what he did. Each seal was carefully committed to memory. He repeated each one mentally. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Once all half-dozen seals were performed, his grandfather's chest puffed up. He brought his right hand to his mouth, forming a circle with the first two fingers and thumb. A massive orb of roaring flames 15 feet in diameter issued forth. The ball of fire shot out over the water and created a circle on the surface. The liquid recoiled from the heat of the fire as steam hissed upwards in wispy tendrils. For well over a minute, the sound of the flames filled the cave like the roar of a dragon. All the while, Naruto looked at it in wonder. The flames, it was amazing. He could feel the heat licking his skin, even from his position behind his grandfather. Slowly the flames died down, and the water returned to its previously serene state. Madara turned to him with a smirk. "Once you can sustain it at that size and intensity for a minute, I will consider it mastered," said Madara. He stood back to allow Naruto to step up and try the technique. He was nervous as he approached the edge of the bridge. It wasn't until just then that he realized how important this was, both in regard to clan traditions and him personally. He really didn't want to screw up his first attempt at the jutsu in front of his grandfather. Naruto closed his eyes. He took a deep breath as he slowly reached inside himself to his sizable chakra reserves. He remembered what his grandfather had told him about elemental chakra. You have to focus on what you want the chakra to do. Imagine the element. Fire burns hot. You have to imagine molding the chakra as if you are rubbing two stones together to ignite a spark. Carefully, he focused it into his lungs, willing the chakra to start heating up and turn into fire. Finally, he felt confident enough to begin the hand seals. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, thought Naruto as he methodically formed the hand seals. His chest puffed out. His lungs expanded as he brought his hand to cup his lips. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he said mentally, determination surging forth. From Naruto's mouth issued a stream of glowing orange flames that billowed into a fireball that was 4 feet in diameter. Sweat beaded his brow as the heat swept over him. The fire lasted for a short quarter of a minute, before tapering off and disappearing. Naruto looked at the place where his fireball had been with a slightly disappointed expression. He had been hoping to make it at least a third of the size of his grandfather's, but it hadn't happened. That disappointment dissipated when his grandfather spoke behind him. Very good for a first try. Keep working on it and you should have this mastered in no time. I think I'll go lie down for a bit while you work on this. His grandfather complimented him. Naruto's heart lifted, and he beamed under his grandfather's praise. Madara smiled gently at him. He ruffled his hair again as he passed by. Naruto shouted a half-hearted, "Hey!" The older Uchiha simply chuckled, and towards the weird closet they rode down. Now that he looked from a distance, there was what looked like a wooden pillar surrounding it that extended upwards into the darkness. The things his grandfather came up with were always really cool. A small smile settled onto his face. When he thought of his grandfather, Naruto felt immeasurably grateful. Ever since the man came into his life, everything had been amazing. He was constantly getting stronger. More importantly, he finally had friends. Everything seemed to be going his way. Life is good. He tensed as an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. It was the oddest thing, an ominous sense of foreboding. The sensation went as fast as it came. By the time he was done training, Naruto had completely forgot about the sensation. Little did he know that things were in motion that would shatter his happy bliss. For now, though, he had a grandfather who loved him, and little idea of the depth of the darkness out there. Chapter 8. Dark clouds, tragedy looms. A black blur ripped through the air towards a wooden target. With a dull thunk, it buried it bit into the outermost ring. Naruto could keep the frown off his face as he looked at the black-haired girl next to him. Her hair ponytail was disheveled from their practice. This was just their warm-up throwing, yet it wasn't the first time Sasuke had been so far off the bullseye. The most worrying thing was the tense way she was carrying herself. "Is everything all right?" he asked with concern. "Yeah, I'm fine," she replied quickly. Too quickly. Her eyes were distant, as if she were focused on something else entirely. Now that he looked closer, he could see slight bags under her eyes. Sasuke reached into her hip pouch to get another shuriken, but Naruto stopped her by grabbing her wrist. "Hey, talk to me. I've known you long enough to tell something's wrong," he insisted. Naruto could feel the muscles in her arm tense under his grip. For a moment, he thought she'd jerk away and deny anything being wrong. To his relief, that didn't happen. The tension in her body bled away, and Sasuke slouched forward into an exhausted posture. He let go of her wrist, and instead put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Come on. Let's go sit under the trees and we can talk," he said. That got a tired nod from his friend. She let him guide her over into the shade underneath a large oak tree. For several moments they were quiet. The only sound was the chatter of squirrels and the quiet trickle of a babbling brook somewhere beyond the trees. It was a relatively pleasant day for early winter. The sky was still blue, and the air was just slightly cool. Being a day off from the academy, they had nowhere to be, so he was perfectly content to wait for Sasuke to start the conversation. Her gaze was focused on the ground as she worried her lip between her teeth. "Something weird is going on at home," she said finally. Her voice was so quiet he almost couldn't hear her. It was quite jarring to see the normally confident and kind Sasuke so reserved. "What kind of weird?" he asked. Sasuke opened her mouth to reply but seemed to find herself at a loss for words. She licked her lips, then said, "It's my brother. Itachi's been really distant lately, even more than usual. And every time he and father are in the same room, there's this really tense feeling in the air." The concern on her face was alarming, though he couldn't help but think maybe it wasn't something too serious. Could they just be arguing over something they just don't want to concern you with? Naruto offered diplomatically. "No, at least I don't think so," she said with a shake of her head. "Something really odd happened. I don't know if you've heard, but one of the Uchiha clan's best ninja killed himself a while ago." Naruto nodded his head. Shursui Uchiha's death was fairly large news. Well, after it happened, some members of our clan with the military police came by to question him, since he and Itachi were best friends. They basically accused Itachi of being responsible. Before I even knew what happened, he took them all down. Then he and father argued. The things he was saying, it was like he hated the clan. I've never seen him act like that. But when he realized I was there, he just went right back to normal. I'm not sure what to think. Even though she was reluctant to share in the beginning, by the time she was done speaking, it was like Sasuke couldn't stop venting her concerns. She was drawing patterns in the dirt absent-mindedly, a downtrodden look on her face. Honestly, Naruto couldn't blame her. He knew she looked up to Itachi almost as much as her mother. It was no wonder she was so distracted with him acting so oddly. He'd only met Itachi a handful of times himself, but he could tell the older boy was someone that preferred not to use violence. For him to jump to it so quickly was disturbing. Then again, they were accusing him of being responsible for his best friend's death. I'd be pretty angry if something like that happened with Sasuke. That does sound odd, but try not to get too concerned about it. You said this Shursui was his friend. Maybe Itachi was having a bad day and being accused like that made him snap, he said reassuringly. His words seemed to help. After a few moments mulling it over, Sasuke looked up and smiled at him. He felt warm inside seeing her happy after she was so worried. You're probably right. Thanks for listening to me. Felt good getting that off my chest. Let's get back to training, Sasuke said. She scrambled to her feet and began to dust off her shorts. No problem. We're friends, he replied as he followed suit. Though outwardly he tried to be confident in his reassurance, a sense of foreboding was creeping into his mind. He didn't know why. It was like a weight had settled in his stomach and was slowly growing. I'm sure it's nothing. If only he could reassure himself as well as he could Sasuke. He really hoped it was nothing for Sasuke's sake. The next morning Naruto greeted his grandfather by nearly tackling him around the middle with a hug. He'd managed to shove his worries for Sasuke to the back of his mind. Last night had been one of the increasingly rare nights he slept at his apartment, and he was glad to see his grandfather. He always managed to ease Naruto's concerns with his mere presence. Oof, Madara chuckled good-naturedly. Naruto felt his grandfather's arms envelope him in a warm hug. Yes, everything was fine. He stepped back with a large grin on his face. Good morning, Grandpa. It's great to see you, he exclaimed. It's good to see you too. Tell me, why didn't you come back last night? Asked Madara as they separated. He placed his arm around Naruto's shoulders as they walked through the house and down to the lift, as his grandfather had called it, that would take them to the training cave. Naruto chuckled nervously while the room descended. He felt his face heat up slightly in embarrassment. The night before he had spent too much time out training with Sasuke. By the time he was done it was too late, and he was too tired to make it back to his grandfather's. Sorry grandfather. I overdid the physical training with Sasuke yesterday. I was too tired to make it back here last night, he explained. The young Uchiha pouted when his grandfather chuckled in amusement at his embarrassment, only furthering it when he ruffled his hair as they came to a stop. He scowled playfully and followed his grandfather into the cave. That's fine because today you'll need your strength. We'll be working on chakra control, as well as your control of your magnet style, Madara said over his shoulder. Naruto groaned. Sure, magnet style was fun, but chakra control was a constant chore he wished he could be rid of. Because of the size of his reserves, he had trouble with those subjects. One day I'll come up with a solution to fix that problem, he swore to himself. He was about to make his annoyance vocal when bonk. Ouch! He winced and rubbed his head. His grandfather had whacked him on the head with his cane. When he finally stopped rubbing the smarting lump, he shot a dirty look at his grandfather, which was met with a stern glare. Don't give me that look, Naruto. Your reserves have been increasing once more, so you need to improve your control even further. You are an Uchiha, control and jutsu come naturally, but you must still work to attain them, especially with your Uzumaki genes. Naruto wilted under the stern lecture. He knew his grandfather was right. With a sigh, he placed his hands in a cross-shaped seal and began to build his chakra. Poof! All around the cave smoke erupted in thick white plumes. There was so much it seemed like one solid cloud, almost the same size as that issued after a large summoning. After a few moments the smoke began to recede into wispy tendrils, revealing the familiar sight of dozens of Narutos across the cavern. You know the drill, 20 to each exercise. Naruto instructed them in a flat, resigned tone at the idea of the tedious training. By now he'd moved past the leaf-sticking exercise and into ever more complicated types of chakra control. Each of them was as boring as the last. Oh, how he wished he would be learning a cool jutsu today. With a sigh, Naruto turned back to his grandfather. So what should I do? he asked. Madara hummed and stroked his chin thoughtfully with the hand that wasn't leaning on his cane. After a few moments he said, "Why don't you try and get in contact with the Ninetales? It's been a while. Maybe he'll be more cooperative." He nodded in understanding. Ever since Naruto learned he was a Jinchuriki, his grandfather had encouraged him to try and build a rep hour with the fox, something about it making it easier to use its powers. So far he hadn't been much luck. Honestly, he was starting to doubt it was possible. "All right, see you in an hour or so," he said as he turned around to go to a quiet corner of the cave where his grandfather had placed a seal to suppress any tailed beast chakra that leaked during his sessions. There were also some cushions so it'd be more comfortable. Naruto couldn't see his grandfather when he replied. Had he turned his head, he would have seen the sudden narrowing of Madara's eyes. "I'll most likely be gone when you get back. I have business to take care of," he replied distantly. Naruto heard the odd tone in his grandfather's voice but shrugged it off. It wasn't unusual for him to have business suddenly. He rarely got an answer when he asked about it. The meditation corner, as he'd taken to calling it, was a peaceful place. The meditation corner, as he'd taken to calling it, was a peaceful place. A simple rock garden, with large moss-covered stones and a clear pool of water. Though it was difficult to stay still at first, he'd grown to like it. He found meditation helped to calm him down and think clearer. It was also the best way to enter the mental representation of his seal. Naruto sat down in a lotus position at the center of the restraining seal. His breathing was carefully regulated. Slowly, all sound bled away. The world around him ceased to exist as he willed himself to appear inside the boiler room-esque seal. Drip, drip, drip. He opened his eyes to the familiar soft golden light of the boiler room. Up ahead, he could see the entrance to the room that housed the Ninetales. Wordlessly, he got to his feet and began to walk towards it. The wet slap of his sandals on the water reverberated off the narrow halls. "Grr. I see you're back again, foolish human." "Yes. Figured I'd come see how you're doing. Must get lonely in here. I figured maybe you'd finally want to talk," he said pleasantly. The fox snorted in derision at the blonde's statement. Behind the bars of his cage, his head lay on its crossed arms, the picture of boredom. "You expect me, the mighty nine-tailed fox, to lower myself to speak to a human to pass the time? Worse yet, an Uchiha, the grandson of that bastard Madara. It puzzles me that you always expect a different outcome to these little chats. I neither want or need to speak to you," the fox growled. Naruto had to fight down the instinctive urge to insult the fox back. He'd learned that it didn't do any good to react to his insults, that just encouraged him. Instead, he opted to sit down on the water calmly and simply look at the Ninetales. "Well, I figured that it's better than just being alone in here." The Ninetales didn't answer. He simply closed his eyes and tried to sleep. Naruto tried to engage the fox in conversation, telling him about his day, his training, what he was planning on having for dinner. He got no reply. The Ninetales stubbornly stuck to his declaration of not speaking to him. Naruto found himself having to resist sighing in frustration at the fox's continued stubbornness. Maybe I should try something different. Most recently, his lessons with his grandfather had included a lot of strategy. After what happened last year with him jumping in to protect Sasuke from the bullies, Madara had taken it upon himself to, in his own words, beat it into you. One of those lessons focused on trying different routes to achieve the desired outcome. Maybe he could apply that here by playing on the fox's ego. Surely he wouldn't let a slight to himself to go unchallenged? "We should at least come to some sort of agreement. Like it or not, we're stuck together. And the man that removed you from my mother is still out there. He will come for you again. We'll need to work together to be able to stop him, because this time, he won't simply let you get sealed," Naruto said. As soon as the last sentence had left his mouth, the room became bathed in the Ninetales' killing intent. The mighty beast shot to his feet and fixed Naruto with a deadly glare. A snarl ripped from its muzzle. A shiver of fear shot down the Uchiha's back, and his breath caught in his lungs. Adrenaline began to flow through his body as the primal fear the beast's rage invoked triggered his fight or flight response. "You think I need you, boy? I don't. If that man comes for me again, I will tear through this seal and crush you beneath my heel," Then I will find a way to rip that monkey eye from his skull and obliterate him." The Nine-Tails roared. As soon as its anger had come, the beast seemed to freeze and look at him with narrowed eyes. Clearly, realization that it had been baited set in. Slowly, the killing intent disappeared, and the fox lay back down to ignore him once more. It took a moment for the adrenaline to settle down in Naruto, but when it did, he gave a weary sigh. It seemed that he had messed up. He found it highly doubtful the fox would respond again. His pride alone would demand it didn't. Knowing that there wasn't anything else he could do that day, he stood and began to walk towards the exit. In the silence that followed the Nine-Tails' rage, the splash of his sandals filled the entire room. He had almost reached the door before he paused and spoke to the fox without looking back. "You know, we don't have to be enemies. Like I said earlier, we're stuck together. We should make the most of it. Maybe we could even be friends." He wasn't expecting a reply. Thus, he was surprised when he heard the fox's voice. The Nine-Tails had cracked an eye open to stare at the blonde's back in puzzlement. "Why do you try so hard to get me to speak with you, boy? Do you not hate me? After all, I was the one that killed your parents," it asked. Naruto stopped his exit and glanced over his shoulder at the Nine-Tails. He had to suppress a grin at this unexpected breakthrough. Perhaps he did have a chance to make progress. "No, I don't hate you. You were simply trying to avoid being locked up again. I probably would have done the same in your position," he said. The Nine-Tails seemed stunned by his answer, though it was shocked even more by what followed after. "As for why I try hard to get you to speak to me, it's because I know how you've been treated in the past. You've been hated and hating in return for so long that hate has become all you know. I want to change that." With that last declaration, Naruto pivoted on his heel and began to walk towards the entrance once more. He had just reached the archway that led into the darkened corridor when the Nine-Tails spoke from behind him. "You're a fool, Naruto," it growled. Naruto couldn't help the grin that stretched his chubby face. That was the first time the Nine-Tails had used his name. Finally, he'd made some progress. "Well, I'd say that's enough progress for today. Better get back outside." He closed his eyes and began to steady his breath. His entire mind focused on leaving the seal. The first indication he was successful was the painful tingling in his legs. It was so uncomfortable he fell to his back and straightened his legs. They were stiff as a board and felt like lead. "Gah! I hate that part," he shouted. The sound reverberated off the walls of the cave and seemed to mock him with his own words. Seriously, he had to learn how to do that without needing to meditate. It sucked to have his body sit cross-legged for hours and come back to the discomfort of his legs being asleep. He seriously hoped in the future he could enter the seal without that much focus. "Can't come soon enough," he grumbled to himself. Thankfully, being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had its perks. His legs were fine in less than a minute. Naruto sighed gratefully as he stood and took stock of his surroundings. As his grandfather had said, he wasn't anywhere in sight. Naruto could see his clones still hard at work in the distance. Some were doing a combination of the leaf-sticking exercise and chakra adhesion to spar on the sides of the cave. Another set were practicing water walking while doing the leaf-sticking. He hadn't quite got the control to try sparring on water yet. In the wooded section, his last set of clones were using the magnet style to maneuver kunai and shuriken through the trees. The sight brought a slight frown to his face. For some reason, it never felt natural to use his magnet style with regular kunai and shuriken. Perhaps he needed a better material. There was also that ever-present pull he felt since he started practicing with the bloodline. It was like a constant itch in the back of his mind. He still had yet to figure out what it was. Naruto shook his head to clear it of the distracting thoughts. There was plenty of time for that later. Right now, he should find something productive to do. Well, what should I? He wondered to himself. His grandfather hadn't given him any instructions on what to do after talking to the Nine-Tails, and he didn't have any homework to do. Maybe go visit SASUKE? That was an idea. She could probably do with more cheering up with how it sounded things were at home. His mind instantly went to that feeling he'd gotten yesterday. It was something he'd tried to not think about. A hot flash of fear enveloped his body. Along with it came an impending dread that gripped his heart. He tried to shove it to the side again. Maybe he was just being paranoid. Everything had been great for the past year. Usually things didn't go right for him for long. He had to get used to being happy. At least, that's what he told himself. I sure hope everything is really okay, he muttered. Chapter 9. They meet at last, Madara and Hiruzen. Night was just beginning to fall in Konoha. Outside, the temperature had fallen drastically, and storm clouds gathered. The howling wind and freezing rain battered the windows of the Hokage's office. An electric lamp provided light to work by. Every once in a while, lightning flashed across the sky, soon followed by a crack of thunder. Hiruzen took an absent-minded drag off his pipe as he worked on yet another form. The rich flavor of tobacco tingled across his palate and helped to calm his stress from the seemingly never-ending task that was filling out paperwork. The form he was working on now was merely one among several stacks that had yet to be completed. Truthfully, his heart wasn't in it. While usually doing the tedious work was hard enough, it was made even harder by his worry over the boy he had come to see as a grandson. The mission to discover who Naruto's trainer was had seen little progress. Worse, Shursui had died under suspicious circumstances. Part of him couldn't help but wonder which of the boy's missions, if any, it was connected to. He'd reassigned the mission to one of his most experienced Umbu. The man was supposed to give a report today, but he was late. It had Hiruzen on edge. Where's Bear? He should have been back by now. Sarutobi barely resisted the urge to send someone out after him. It was possible that the man had merely become so bored with his assignment that he lost track of time. I'll wait another half hour. If he's not here by then, I'll send someone to look for him, he concluded. With nothing else to do, Sarutobi passed the time doing more paperwork. He tried to focus on it as best he could. It worked for the most part, though he was still hyper-aware of every second that passed by. 15 minutes went by rather quickly. Hiruzen had just reached for yet another piece of paper, an application to become a teaching assistant at the academy, when he felt a subtle shift in the air. It wasn't anything major, merely a slight tingling on his skin, as if a very light electricity were dancing across his body. It was still enough to cause his eyes to narrow. If it were anyone else, someone without his vast experience, they would likely have failed to notice it. But he had been around long enough to recognize a strong chakra signature being suppressed. From the lack of reaction by his guards, he could tell that they couldn't sense it. That caused him to err on the side of caution. Umbu, you're dismissed. Go have your replacements take up position at my home. I'll be there shortly. For now, I need to be alone. He made sure to keep his face calm and pleasant. No need to make them think something was amiss. A slight whisper of displaced wind followed his statement. Once he was sure they were gone, his pleasant smile fell into a blank mask. You can come out now. I know you're there. If you're here to kill me, I think you'll find it more difficult than you might imagine. Anyone who saw him at that moment would have thought he was crazy, talking to the air as he was. For a moment all was silent. Then, from the other side of the room, a man's voice spoke. It was ancient and cracking, but it still held a deep tone. You believe I'm here to kill you, and yet you sent your guards away. A bold move, Sarutobi. Hiruzen scowled into the darkness. Even as he replied to whoever was hidden in the room, he subtly moved so that he could easily get to his feet if necessary. If you can hide your signature from them so well, they'd only get in the way. The voice chuckled in amusement. For some reason, he didn't like that chuckle. It caused an itch in the back of his mind, as if it were trying to remind him of something. I suppose that's true enough, the person said musingly. You certainly have stayed sharp in your old age, Sarutobi. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed to slits. The more that man talked, the more he felt he should know the voice. He tried racking his brain to figure out if he knew it, but every time he felt he was close to an answer, it slipped away just out of reach. I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. You know my name, but I don't know yours. Another chuckle. Don't you? All of a sudden, an old man's face loomed out of the darkness across the room. As soon as the face was revealed, Sarutobi's heart seized in his chest. A dread he hadn't felt since he was a child. Oddly enough, it wasn't the sight of the Umbu slumped over his shoulder. No, it was the eyes. Blood red with 3 bars connected to interlocking tomo. His hair was different, whitened with age and cropped short. His face was marred by wrinkles and liver spots. The eyes were the same. They'd haunted his nightmares as a boy. The instant he saw them, he knew who he was talking to. He knew this man. Sarutobi was left gaping at his guest. Despite all of his experience and training, he couldn't think to act. He didn't even get up from his chair. Mamadara Uchiha. How? He managed to mumble through his shock. I'll presume you mean how am I alive? In my last battle with Hashirama, I put Izanagi in place to activate in case I should fall in battle. Madara said. The elderly man stepped forward into the light and began to approach him. I believe this is yours, Madara said as he paused by the couch to dump the umbu on his shoulder onto the cushions. As the man's head fell against the armrest, Sarutobi noticed the bear mask that he wore. Madara followed his eyes. Don't worry, he's alive. He was merely knocked out when I erased his memory of seeing Naruto enter my home. That was rather naughty of you, sending an umbu to follow him. Though I suppose I should thank you. This one wasn't near as careful as that other one. That instantly snapped Hiruzen out of his fear. As soon as Naruto's name left Madara's lips, he leapt to his feet and assumed a defensive stance. His chair was sent crashing into the wall, but he ignored it. Was this the man that was training Naruto? The thought filled him with dread. Madara was even worse than Danzo. Where's Naruto? What do you want with him? He demanded. If he was intimidated, Madara didn't show it. Instead, he calmly walked forward and sat down in a chair off to the side. I hope you don't mind. I find extended periods of exercise strenuous these days. Carrying that man all the way here nearly took all my strength. Hiruzen didn't let down his guard at all. Even if he was extremely old and weak, Madara was most likely a fearsome foe without physical strength. I'll only ask you this one last time. Where is Naruto? What do you want with him? It's good to see you genuinely care about Naruto. Don't worry, Naruto is safe. He's at home training, Madara told him. Hiruzen found himself unnerved by how calm the man was being. Whereas he himself had yet to relax his defensive stance, Madara hadn't even bothered to try and cover his vulnerabilities. You're very calm, considering you're in the middle of a hidden village, and you claim to be physically exhausted. He growled. Madara smirked. That's because I didn't come here for a confrontation. I merely came here to introduce myself. I figure I owe you an explanation considering the worry I'm sure I've put you through during my training of Naruto. Hiruzen looked at him skeptically. Surely it couldn't be that simple? He fully expected this to be some kind of trick. The problem was, he really didn't have much choice. Even in his advanced age, a fight with Madara surely wouldn't leave him unscathed. The potential damage to the village and loss of life didn't bear thinking about. Very well, I'll humor you. Let me hear this explanation, he said scornfully. His guest didn't let it faze him. Instead, he gave a light smile. Excellent. Now, before I start, may I have your permission to share my memories with a Sharingan Genjutsu? It will be far more expedient, Madara asked. He felt his brow furrow at the request. On the surface, it was an attempt to indicate trustworthiness. The problem was it was entirely possible it was just an attempt to get Hiruzen to lower his guard. In the end, though, despite that possibility, there was really only one option. If I refuse and it's a ploy, he'll just activate it anyway. Better to go along and not force his hand. He concluded. Very well, proceed, he said. Even though he was prepared, he couldn't help but instinctively flinch when Madara's eyes bled red and Three Tomo began to orbit a tiny pupil. The world around them fell away and he found himself standing next to Madara in the midst of a desert. In front of him, a much younger version of Madara trudged through the sands with a black cloak over his head. There are many places I could begin, but this seems most appropriate. The day I met the love of my life. Hiruzen's eyebrows shot up at the man's words. They never lowered the entire time they were in the Genjutsu memories. It was a ludicrous tale, something more akin to his student Jiraiya's first novel than reality. A criminal has a chance encounter with a hidden sand kunoichi in the Land of Wind while engaging in a plot to capture all the tailed beasts. He falls in love, has a son, loses his family, and embarks on a decades-long search. To top it all off, after being dead for several years, He gets revived and learns someone has stolen his plot, and finally he reunites with his long-lost grandson. Utterly ridiculous. It was the kind of silly, convoluted plot some 2-bit amateur writer hack would come up with. Every fiber of his being wanted to deny it. The idea that the, at one point, positively demonic Madara Uchiha could be changed by something as simple as love was hard to stomach. Yet there were certain facts that gave him pause. Nobody besides himself knew the story of how Minato had been found save for Jiraiya and the 2 Chunin that had been with him that day. The Chunin had died on a mission the very next day. There was almost zero possibility Madara learned it from them. Besides, there was one thing that convinced him above all others. When they exited the Genjutsu, tears rolled down Madara's face. He'd thought maybe the older man's tears at his wife's death were a trick. But here they were. There was no way the old Madara would allow himself to look weak even to sell a lie. For a few moments they sat in silence. When Madara finally spoke, his voice was rather subdued, as if he were trying to control his emotions. So, Sarutobi, do you believe me when I say I have no ill intentions towards Naruto? He swallowed past a lump in his throat. Yes, I do. He couldn't deny it anymore. Madara meant Naruto no harm. Quite the opposite. Tell me, Madara, why have you come here today? Why reveal yourself now? If you made Bear forget what he saw, as you say, there was no need to risk exposure. You could have simply made him believe he had seen Naruto training alone. Madara smirked and subtly dried his eyes with his robes. I see Tobirama passed his perceptiveness onto his prized pupil. Indeed, there is a reason I decided to reveal myself. I'm sure if you took the time to think about it, you'd realize why. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. He wasn't really in the mood for puzzles. It had been a long day and he was starting to feel his age rearing its head. Still, he decided to humor his guest. I suppose if he thinks I could guess it, he must have shown a hint in his genjutsu. What could have Madara so concerned? It was a little hard to shuffle through all the memories. Even though it had felt like he was in the genjutsu for hours, in reality it was less than a minute. He had to shift through hundreds of memories and thousands of minutes. Eventually he came back to the moment Madara had that strange white creature infused with his will, and what he'd said to it. When you aren't searching for my son, I want you to investigate the loss of the ghetto statue. Someone took it, I want to know who and why. That strange creature, it found something, he concluded. Madara nodded grimly. Indeed, Uki, as he called himself, heard rumors of a group being gathered to hunt tailed beasts. A few months after he learned this, someone interfered in Naruto's birth and unleashed the Nine Tails. I believe the two are connected. It is entirely possible that in the future he will have to face that group. I intend to prepare him, he explained. The implications were staggering to Hiruzen. Could there really be a group out there trying to hunt tailed beasts? It was a terrifying prospect. Just how powerful would they need to be to attempt such a thing? He'd have to get Jiraiya to look into it. Madara's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Even though I approached you mainly due to this, there is another reason I wanted to include you. I'm running out of time, he said. Hiruzen froze. Did Madara mean what he thought? A pit of worry formed in his stomach like a lead weight. Not so much for Madara, but for Naruto. The implications of Madara dying didn't bode well. The boy had been alone for so long, yearning for a family. Now he finally had one in Madara. What would happen if the man died? How long? He asked. No need to be quite so concerned. It's not like I'm going to drop dead any minute, Madara said with a dismissive wave of the hand. If I had to guess, I have several years left, though I find it highly doubtful I'll live to see Naruto graduate the academy. I'm simply including you because he will need someone who knows the truth on his side when I'm gone. He let out a relieved sigh at that. Good. The thought of the pain Naruto would experience if he lost his grandfather didn't bear thinking about. Helping Naruto was something he would have done anyway. Still, he couldn't just agree to go along with Madara without reservation. If I am to become a partner in this, I'll want a bit more assurance, he said sternly. Assurance, you say? He saw Madara raise a questioning eyebrow, and he decided to clarify. Yes, assurance. I want a Yamanaka of my choosing to be allowed to enter your mind and read your thoughts. Madara opened his mouth to interrupt, But Hiruzen continued on before he could. He will only inform me of what your intentions are, and afterwards I will allow you to erase his memories of the event. For a few moments there was silence as Madara pondered his offer. His eyes were closed in thought. Outside the storm had been raging on as strong as ever, and the constant pounding of rain on the windows was the only noise in the room. Finally, Madara opened his eyes and stared directly at him. Very well, I accept your offer. Chapter 10. Like the seasons, everything changes. Uchiha District, village hidden in the leaves. November 3rd AS 992. Sasuke dashed hurriedly through the streets of the Uchiha compound. Above her, the moon shone brightly, bathing the streets in a pale silver light. She wore a long-sleeved version of her usual shirt to protect against the chilly late autumn air that nipped at her face and knees. It's getting pretty late, she thought, as she ran down one of the main streets in the compound. She'd accidentally stayed late training with Naruto. The more uncomfortable it got at home, the more time she found herself spending around Naruto. Thinking about her blonde friend brought a smile to his face. I'm really glad I met him. She didn't know how she'd have handled the tension at home without him there to help reassure her. As she ran past a wall with the clan crest on it, she caught sight of something that startled her. The shadowy silhouette of a person crouched atop a phone pole with the moon shining behind them. Sasuke jerked to a stop and looked up in confusion. Where the figure had been a second earlier, there was nothing, as if it had melted like an apparition of mist in the wind. What was that? I could have sworn I just saw someone there. Sasuke looked down in contemplation. A second after, she gasped and her eyes widened in shock when she came to a startling realization. Something that she couldn't believe she hadn't noticed earlier. The lights. It's too early for everyone to be in bed. Immediately, she took off once more as she felt a sense of foreboding settle over her. She skidded around a corner and stopped in shock. The street was a mess. Slash marks gouged into walls and signs, broken windows. Kunai and shuriken WER embedded in walls, and blood splattered everywhere. What is this? What is going on? She wondered aloud, dashing forward once more. The next corner she turned brought a sight that caused her to freeze. Two corpses, a man and a woman, lay sprawled across the street, their limbs rigid and a partially dried pool of blood beneath them. A heavy smell of iron lingered in the air. The man had a short crop of gray hair and a kind face, and he wore a beige-colored long-sleeved kimono shirt and a beige-colored pair of pants. The woman had black hair that was tied in a knot on top of her head, and she wore a brown full-body dress. Sasuke stared at their bodies in mounting horror, and she began to hyperventilate. Uncle, Auntie. Her eyes widened, and her body began to quiver. The bloodstains along the streets, did that mean more had been killed? A cold trickle of fear ran down her spine as she thought of her family. Mother and father. Immediately she began running again, rushing to reach her home and see if her parents were all right. As she ran, the dread built further and further, feeling like an immense stifling weight slowing her legs. Her blood was rushing so hard she could hear every beat of her heart in her ears. It seemed to take an eternity to reach her house, but in reality it was only a few minutes. Sasuke cautiously moved through the halls, her eyes and ears straining to pick up any sign of her family. A crash echoed from further in the house, stopping her cold for a second. Instantly she was on the move, running along the outside corridor. Her pace crawled to a stop before the double doors to the dojo. Somebody's in there. Sasuke's muscles locked up at the thought, as an icy terror gripped her heart. No matter how much she tried, she couldn't get her body to move. Whoever had killed all those people might be on the other side of that door. Slowly, shakily, her hand rose to the door handle, pushing it inwards. Creak. Father, mother. The Uchiha girl's eyes widened in shock at the sight that met her eyes. There they were, sprawled in each other's arms on the floor, blood splattered beneath them. Her parents were dead. She had no time to process it before she heard the sound of footsteps in the shadows beginning to walk towards her. Tap, tap, tap. Slowly, a figure emerged, dressed in umbu gear. The silver moonlight spilled across their face as they looked at her with cold Sharingan eyes. It was her brother, an emotionless look on his face. Big brother, what's going on? Confusion ruled her mind as she struggled to understand what was happening. Mother, father, the clan, they're all. Sasuke couldn't finish her sentence. The thought was just too horrible, too unreal. Her family, they were all gone. Who could do this? Shink. Sasuke froze, her eyes wide in shock while she gripped her shoulder. He had thrown a shuriken at her. Her big brother, one of the two people she looked up to most. Horrifying realization dawned on her. It hit her like a sledgehammer to the sternum and took all her breath away. He had done this. Itachi, her beloved big brother, had killed their clan, their family, their mother. How could you? How could you kill them? The clan, mother? Tears began to fall from her eyes as it really hit her. Her idol, her mother, she was dead. Foolish little sister, I almost pity you. Mangekyo Sharingan. Her eyes widened as his Sharingan shifted into a three-bladed shuriken. That was the advanced form of the Sharingan her father had told her about. Big brother, that was the last thing she thought before it began. She was forced to watch every sick thing Itachi had done. The slaughter of their entire clan. It was her mother that hurt the most. She felt her heart tear in two as Itachi's sword pierced their mother's chest and her blood sprayed forward. Then it began again. As the mental anguish mounted, Sasuke couldn't help thinking of the one person close to her that Itachi hadn't taken. I hope Naruto is okay. The next day, when Naruto first learned that his grandfather had introduced himself to Gramps, he had felt terrified. For a brief moment, he thought the happy life he had built with his grandfather would be shattered. Luckily, that turned out not to be the case, and in fact, he now found himself happier than ever. Needing to lie to everyone close to him had been like a weight he was carrying on his shoulders wherever he went. Now that Gramps knew about it, he felt as if a part of that weight had been lifted. Once again, he could share everything with him, and it felt great. It also helped that he now felt slightly even with Gramps after learning about his parents. Yes, all in all, his life had settled into a comfortable normalcy. He was advancing well in his training at home by getting his chakra control back up to par, and at the academy he continued to excel and compete with Sasuke for the top spot. He should have known the good times couldn't last. That day started just like any other. He got up and fixed himself breakfast, took a shower, and brushed his teeth. His grandfather wasn't there to bid him goodbye, but that wasn't too unusual. All in all, there was no indication that the day would bring changes that would alter the course of his life, and the course of those dear to him, forever. It wasn't until he got to the academy that he began to feel something strange was going on. The courtyard was filled with students and families, who all looked confused. For some reason, all the lights were out and the windows were dark. Everyone was just standing around in confusion, and a restless murmur filled the air. I wonder what's going on. Why's everybody standing around? Naruto stared in confusion at the large crowd. The school should have been open by now, so why wasn't anyone going in? The gate creaked as he opened it and stepped into the courtyard, but it went unnoticed amongst the murmur of confused whispers. In puzzlement, he began to work his way to the front. Maybe he would find someone he knew who could tell him what was happening. He caught snatches of conversations as he made his way. Do you know what's going on? One woman asked the man next to her. No, though somebody said the school was closed. He replied, School? Closed. That stunned Naruto. He couldn't remember a time when the school was closed. Even when instructors got sick, there was simply a substitution. Naruto continued to force his way to the front, with the aid of a bit of pushing and shoving. He tried asking a few people what was going on, but upon seeing who was asking, they would always turn away. Finally, he reached the front, and to his relief, he saw a familiar spiky black ponytail. Hey, Shikamaru, what's up? He called out. The fair-skinned boy turned to him and fixed him with his lazy stare, his signature slouch in full effect. Oh, it's you, Naruto, he drawled. Shikamaru Nara was a really lazy boy. All he really wanted to do was nap and look at clouds. After he sat next to him on his first day, he had become friends with the lazy boy and his rotund friend Choji. Despite Shikamaru's laziness, Naruto had come to find that he was actually highly intelligent. He just didn't like to use his intelligence. Naruto grinned at his friend's put-out expression. Yeah, it's me. So, do you know what's going on? He asked. Shikamaru let loose a sigh. Man, it's too much of a drag to explain this early. Take a look for yourself, he said and jerked his head towards the door. Naruto followed his movement and saw a large piece of paper pinned there. He had to squint his eyes to see what it said. Tension. Due to an issue of security, the instructors have been allocated to other duties. Therefore, by order of the third Hokage, all classes are cancelled. Do not be alarmed. Everything is under control. Classes will resume in 2 days' time. Naruto stared in shock at the message. Man, what do you think happened to make them assign all the instructors to other duties? He asked Shikamaru. The boy simply shrugged his shoulders. How should I know? Though it's probably something troublesome, he answered. Naruto couldn't help but shake his head at his friend's attitude. It was typical Shikamaru. Even with something as strange as this, he seemed like he couldn't be bothered to care. Well, I guess I'll see you later then. If class is cancelled, I might as well go train somewhere, said Naruto. Man, you can't even take a single day off. All that training is such a drag. As soon as Choji and Ino get here, I'm gonna go take a nap. Shikamaru called after him. Naruto shook his head at his friend once more and waved goodbye. By now, the crowd had thinned slightly, so it was much easier getting out. It might have been that the announcement had set him on edge, but Naruto began to pick up on odd things. For some reason, there weren't too many people out. Strange, usually the streets should be busy by now. A look at his watch, gift from Gramps, confirmed that it was just a little past 9 o'clock in the morning. Usually the civilians had begun their days, but the streets were pretty quiet. The people who were out were traveling in groups, huddled together as if to keep warm. Perhaps strangest of all, he couldn't see a single shinobi around. You could almost always see a shinobi traveling through the village, whether through the air on the rooftops or on the street. It was pretty eerie to not have any about. All in all, it created a rather tense atmosphere. Man, something really strange is going on. When he got home, Naruto was relieved to see his grandfather standing on the porch. He immediately began to jog towards him excitedly. No matter how unsettled he was by what was going on outside, the sight of his grandfather always filled him with comfort. Grandpa, I'm glad you're home. You won't believe it, but they canceled class today. Do you think we could do something new? He asked excitedly. He figured with class canceled, it was the perfect time to learn something cool. However, when he saw his grandfather's face, he felt his excitement die. Madara looked unusually grim, even for his normally stoic self. Naruto's smile disappeared, and he felt a bit of apprehension set in. Hey, is everything all right, Grandpa? He asked hesitantly. To his worry, his grandfather shook his head. I just received troubling news from Hiruzen, he answered solemnly. Something to do with our clan. Ever since the Ninetales attack, the Uchiha have felt ostracized by the village leadership. The tension has been increasing for some time. Negotiations had reached an impasse, and civil war seemed like a possibility. It seems last night that boiled over. I'm afraid something terrible has happened, Naruto. His grandfather's words floored him. He almost had to physically stop himself from falling over in shock. Honestly, it made him feel kind of numb. He'd been around the Uchiha so much recently, yet he'd caught no indication they weren't happy. That's when his mind began to ask questions. Why was his grandfather telling him so suddenly? A feeling of dread settled in the pit of Naruto's stomach. The first thing he thought of was Sasuke and her mother, who he'd gotten rather close to. Wah! What are you saying, grandfather? You said something terrible happened. What is it? He asked fearfully. Madara's grip on his cane tightened. Last night, it seems the tension between the two sides become too much. One of their gifted members snapped. He answered. Naruto felt his stomach drop. Snapped? Why aren't you answering me? Is everything all right? What about Sasuke and her family? Naruto began to panic. His grandfather only closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Last night, your friend's brother killed nearly the entire clan in a misguided attempt to maintain peace. I'm afraid Sasuke was the only survivor. Instantly, Naruto felt as if his blood had frozen in his veins. His mind struggled to comprehend it, Itachi had killed the entire clan aside from Sasuke. That meant he killed Makoto. He didn't have any time to process that though. Hearing Sasuke was alive made him want to see her immediately. He had to see her to know she was okay. Where is she? Is she okay? He whispered hoarsely. His grandfather seemed to look reluctant to answer, but finally he gave in. Right now she's in the hospital. She seems to have gone into a shock-induced coma from the trauma. Wait, Naruto. As soon as the word coma left his grandfather's mouth, Naruto turned and bolted towards the exit. He was determined to see his friend. He had to know she was all right. Hang on, Sasuke. I'll be there soon. Naruto dashed through the streets with all his speed. He had plenty of it after nearly a year abusing the healing being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki granted him to train his body brutally. He was heedless of everything around him and simply dodged around anything in his way. Finally, after 5 agonizing minutes, he reached the hospital. Without pause, he rushed to the reception desk and shouted to the startled nurse, "Sasuke Uchiha. Where is she?" The nurse seemed so stunned by his sudden entrance and outburst that she answered automatically. She's on the 3rd floor in the special security ward. But Naruto took off once more. Hey, wait. You can't go up there. The entire floor is locked down. The nurse shouted after him. But Naruto didn't care. All that he knew was that he needed to see his friend. Naruto ignored the elevators and instead dashed up the stairs. Despite his small stature, he took them 2 at a time. On the flight of stairs between the 2nd and 3rd floors, he ran headlong into a doctor who was on his way down, sending him tumbling. Naruto didn't spare the man a second glance. By the time he set foot on the 3rd floor, he was panting heavily. The heavy smell of antiseptic in the air burned his nostrils. Still, his eyes searched wildly for some indication of where the special security ward might be. Finally, they landed on a pair of doors on the opposite end of the hall, with the words "Special Security" painted on the windows. There! Again he took off and began racing towards the doors. He had made it halfway down the hall, when suddenly he was surrounded by 4 ninja dressed in black tank tops and matching pants under a gray vest. A crimson swirl tattoo was emblazoned on their right shoulders. The most distinctive feature, though, were the white animal masks they wore. His eyes widened at the sight of the Umbu members. Before he could react, he found himself being restrained. 3 of them grabbed onto his arms and neck, while a female Umbu with a cat mask stepped in front of him and unsheathed her sword. The harsh ring of the metal filled the air. She held it in a ready stance. "Halt! This floor is off limits," she commanded. Naruto simply growled and began to struggle against his captors. It was hard. They were fully grown adults and he was just a kid. Still, he grit his teeth and pulled with all his strength. "Let me go, my friend's in there. Sasuke Uchiha, I need to see her. I have to make sure she's okay," he shouted desperately. The Umbu didn't relax her stance, but when she next spoke, her tone was much softer. "I'm sorry, but no one is allowed to see her except for the Hokage. Please stop struggling. If you don't, we will have to use force." "I don't care," he ground out and instead redoubled his efforts. Rage began to bubble inside him. Why couldn't these people understand? He had to see his friend. Unconsciously, he began to draw on the power of his tailed beast. He felt a slight burning sensation, and suddenly his strength seemed to increase 15-fold. "Let me through." With his newfound strength, he tore his right arm free. He then used it to grab onto the arm around his neck and send the man it belonged to flying over his shoulder. The Umbu seemed stunned by his strength. He took advantage of the slight hesitation on their part to grab the wrist of his last captor and twist it violently. There was a sickening snap, as if dry wood were breaking, and suddenly the man was cradling his limp wrist. Naruto didn't hesitate. Immediately, he made to charge forward towards the last Umbu, who had prepared to bring her sword down on him. If it were up to him, he would have continued his charge, however. He was halted by a firm hand grasping his shoulder in an iron-tight grip, and a familiar voice barking at him. "Naruto, stop this immediately. What do you think you're doing attacking my Umbu?" For the first time since he had heard Sasuke was in the hospital, Naruto stopped moving. He turned to the person that had grabbed his shoulder and met the stern gaze of his gramps. Naruto could feel the adrenaline that had been filling him begin to fade, and his rage at the Umbu went with it. Still, he felt a lingering spark of frustration and anger. They won't let me through. I told them I need to see Sasuke, but they wouldn't listen. The Hokage's glare softened. They are merely doing their jobs. I ordered them not to allow anyone entry besides myself and the head medic, he said sternly. Naruto wilted under his gaze. As he calmed down, he looked to see the man he had thrown over his shoulder, an Umbu wearing a boar mask, standing up slowly. He also saw the man whose wrist he had broken leaning on his companion, who wore a lizard mask. Suddenly, he began to feel slightly guilty. They were only doing their duty, and he had injured them. Finally, he let his body relax, and he slumped in resignation. "Please, I need to see her," he said softly. With that one sentence, he tried to communicate his desperation. Sasuke was his first and best friend. He had to make sure she was okay. The Hokage seemed to understand. He looked at him with compassion and patted him on the shoulder gently. "Of course, I will take you to see her. She isn't awake yet, but you can sit by her side until she does." Naruto nodded gratefully and allowed himself to be led towards the doors he had been so desperately trying to reach. On the way there, Gramps paused for a moment to speak to the cat-masked Umbu. "Cat, have your injured squad mates report to headquarters and send replacements," he ordered. She nodded and bowed her head slightly. "Yes, Lord Hokage." With that, they continued into the special security ward. Naruto found himself surprised by it. It wasn't so much a ward as a very large room. The walls were painted a muted cream color and were lined with fancy machines. One side of the room had a wall of windows that gave a view of the entire village. And in the center of it all, there was a single bed with a couple chairs set next to it. Naruto's eyes instantly locked onto the occupant of the bed. Sasuke's raven-colored hair was splayed out on her pillow, and her face was surprisingly peaceful. It would have almost looked like she was sleeping, if it weren't for all the tubes and wire attached to her, monitoring her vitals. Naruto was surprised by how delicate she looked. He was so used to seeing her strong and full of life that it was slightly unnerving. Hiruzen guided him to one of the chairs. He sat down absent-mindedly and continued to stare at his friend. The Hokage took a seat next to him. "As far as we can tell, there's no physical damage. She had a fractured wrist, but that was healed almost as soon as she got here. The remainder appears to be entirely mental, likely due to the trauma of what she saw," he told him. Naruto nodded thoughtlessly. It set him a bit at ease to know that she wasn't gravely injured. The head medic seemed to suspect that she's been put through a particularly devastating genjutsu, one she hasn't encountered before. He informed him. That managed to shake Naruto out of his stupor. "It's probably Tsukuyami. That's a super powerful genjutsu of our clan," he said. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. For a while, they just sat there in silence. The only noise was the steady beeps of the machines that Sasuke was hooked up to. Eventually, his gramps stood up and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "You can visit her as long as you like. I'll make sure the guards know to allow you entry from now on." With that, he left Naruto to sit in silence with his friend. Naruto finally had time to begin to process what had happened. Sasuke was in the hospital, and Makoto was dead. The thought sent a spike straight through his heart. Tears welled up in his eyes. Sasuke's mother had been beyond kind to him. Every time he saw her, she would smile and take the time to talk to him. Sometimes he felt himself wondering if the way she treated him was what it was like to have a mother. "It's not right for her to be dead," he thought bitterly. He couldn't believe what Itachi had done. Supposedly, he thought he was doing the right thing, but it went way too far. Not only did he kill such a kind woman, his own mother, and orphaned his sister, but he'd also tortured Sasuke with Tsukuyami. "I'll never forgive him, no matter what." The creak of Sasuke's bed caught his attention as she shifted in her sleep. There were silent tears running down her cheeks. They shone in the sunlight like drops of liquid crystal. That's right, she was alive. There was time for his anger and grief later. Right now his friend needed him. Naruto silently vowed that he'd wait by her side as much as possible. even if it meant missing class. Please, Sasuke, wake up soon. I'm waiting for you. He muttered quietly. It would be a week before she woke up. That day, he'd never forget that day. The day that changed them both forever. Beep, she felt so heavy. Her body didn't seem to want to move. Why was that? Was there a reason her mind didn't work? A voice carried to her from what sounded a great distance. Why, if it isn't Sasuke, our clan's princess? Even as distorted as it was, she recognized the voice and the face that came with it. Two bodies lay slumped over, a torn-up store stall behind them. Auntie, uncle, beep, beep, that's my girl. Her breath quickened. Father. She felt like she was supposed to remember something. A man's body slumped protectively over a woman. Beep, beep, beep. Was that weird sound getting faster? How odd. Sasuke darling, it's time for school. Don't forget, I'm going to help you with your training later. A dull roar filled her ears. There was something wet sliding down her cheeks. She scrunched her eyes. For some reason, whatever it was felt warm and gross. Wait, were those tears? Why was she crying? Long dark hair, pouring out from under his arms. Blood was everywhere. Mother? Beep, 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 beep. She was on a street crawling backwards. A dark figure loomed over her. Crimson eyes blazed in the cold winter air. Three-pronged pinwheels spun lazily inside them. Those eyes seemed to pierce her very soul. If you wish to kill me one day in hate and revenge, and survive in such an unsightly manner, then flee. Cling to your wretched life. And then, one day, when you possess the same eyes, seek me out and face me. His eyes spun wildly. Itachi. Agony. Agony like she never imagined. Sasuke shot up in bed. Machines blared around her. White-clad figures bustled about in the periphery of her vision. Everything was so blurry. None of it mattered. She barely heard anything. Even though she saw, she didn't react. It had to be a dream. Yes, God, it had to be a dream. He couldn't have possibly done it. Sasuke could hear someone's voice. They were trying to say something. She ignored it. Please let it be a dream. She mumbled. Two hands seized her shoulders and turned her forcefully. Concerned eyes the color of sapphires met her gaze. Large, dark bags marred the skin underneath them. Naruto, she thought numbly. Before she even really registered it was him, he pulled her into a tight hug. I can't believe you're finally awake. I was so worried, he said. Awake? That's when she actually looked at her surroundings. She finally realized she was in a large hospital room. She could see a couple nurses hovering in the background nervously. A shiver of fear ran down her spine like phantom nails. Ice-cold dread filled her. No, couldn't possibly be true. She shoved away from Naruto and looked at him with wild eyes. For the first time, she really registered where she was. Awake? Where is everyone, Naruto? My mother and father. Where are they? She asked. Naruto's expression fell. He looked away, almost like he couldn't look at her. Fresh tears welled in her eyes. No, it can't be. She could hardly breathe. The world was spinning. It wasn't real, she shouted, but it was. It had all been real. He really killed them. Her father, her mother, everyone. They were all dead. She was alone.
Hey, you! Yes, you! If you are here and want more seasons, don't forget to give your comment asking for the next season. So, bye bye.